Hello, everybody. If you're not Polish, then we are welcoming you as well, of course. I'm Jendrek. He's Sodek, as always. And we are here to go over the entirety of Modern Horizons 3. Spoiler, we are not gonna talk about every single card, obviously. We are gonna go over basically every card that has some sort of constructed potential. So, for example, the first card in the set, we're gonna go in numerical order, and the first card of the set is some billion mana Eldrazi. That's an uncommon that we are likely not gonna talk about because it looks like a limited card, but just to give you an example. We are gonna judge every card on a scale from 1, which is unplayable, to 10, which is broken. And just to give you some overall idea of how the scale will work, so 10 is broken cards that are likely to see a ban, so like Lurus, Oko, Treasure Cruise, those type of stuff. 9s are format-defining cards like Ragavan, like Elementals, stuff like that. Then 8 are cards that are either like a multi-archetype all-stars or key cards in certain decks, or extremely good sideboard cards. So those will be things like Yawgmoth, like great versatile removal spells. So like Bowmasters, like Unholy Heat, Binding. Pigger Poison is a good example of very good and white sideboard card. Then have 7, which is a key card in a single strategy that's not like tier 1 or not a top strategy, or a good role player, but not a crucial card in multiple decks. Then 6 is a role player in a single strategy. 5 is... and then from 5 down are like mostly cards that are either overrated or cards that are going into bad decks and are likely not good enough to make those bad decks good on their own.
Or at least they look like playable, but they are secretly unplayable. And
yes,
you shouldn't touch them at all.
Basically, 5 or less will be cards in the varying degree of being overhyped, and cards that will try to make decks that are bad good, but they will, in our opinion, likely not succeed. So we are gonna also record, of course, I will gonna record every card that we have in our review in Excel, and then both Sodek and I will give every card our grade, and then after the stream is done, the stream will be uploaded to YouTube in a just VOD form, just without any editing at all. And then we are also gonna make a top 10 video that are just things cut from this stream, and we're just gonna.
One more thing, to all people in the chat, we strongly encourage you to give your own rates of the cards while we are talking about them. I don't know if I will look too hard on these notes, to be honest, but it's always interesting to see how other people rate cards and what are the opinions of the community about at least the most interesting ones. Yeah.
Okay, so now we are switching to the handy dandy thingy with cards, so you can actually see those cards. This is the first card in the set, and a card that I already mentioned that we are not gonna talk about cards like that too much. So we're gonna go to, I think, Devourer of Destiny is a card that has some potential of being constructed playable. As you can see, it's a 7 mana 6/6 Eldrazi that has the leyline-ish, I guess, ability of being revealed from your opening hand. And then at the beginning of your first upkeep, you may look at top 4 cards of your library and put one of those on top of your deck and exile the rest. What are your opinions on that card, Sodek?
Okay, when I see this card, I see nerfed Once Upon a Time, just for the Eldrazi shell. The most important part of this card is actually the fact that it costs 7 mana, in my opinion, because the card looks like it's designed to support the other Eldrazi card from the set called Ugin Labyrinth. We will talk more about it later. So of Destiny's main role is to make sure that you'll find either the soul land or the payoff for it. The fact that it costs 7 mana, that's a lot, and that's the problem. That if you want to make Ugin's Labyrinth good in Eldrazi, it will force you to play a lot of 7 drops, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But at least in the mid game, like by this deck, the mid game will be like turn 4 maybe. You will be able to cast these 7 drops, because if you have Eldrazi Temple and Yugi's Labyrinth, that it could be doable to cast this regularly on turn 4, sometimes turn 3. And once you cast it, you can exile. You have an ETB trigger that exiles the card that has colors. So, like okay, like Ardos, it's like you said, it's not once upon a time. Of course, it's not once upon a time, but it.
But it puts the card on top. That's the idea, right? It doesn't put the card in your hand, so that's why I think people have the gripe with calling it once upon a time.
Yeah, and like the idea of this card is that you set up your top, then use this Devil of Destiny again. Jendrek, co ty robisz? Devil of Destiny again to as a fuel for Yugi's Labyrinth, and maybe in late game you can cast it for 7 mana. So overall, if colorless Eldrazi become a deck, and Yugi's Labyrinth becomes a solid card in this deck, it should be a thing, but the deck building cost is quite high, so we'll see how it will work out. So far, I like the card. I feel it's a good design, not too overpowered, and good for this one solid deck. Yeah.
Okay. I, on the other hand, don't feel like this card is very good. I think that putting the card on top versus putting the card into your hand is like, it's obviously a big deal, like a big difference, and it has some of the like serum powder properties of being a bad card that fixes your best draws, but at the same time you have to take your decision whether you are keeping or not, and then use the card and hope that your top 4 yields the card that you want. I am not that high on Ugin's Labyrinth, I guess, in like an Eldrazi, this type of shell, like a stompy kind of Eldrazi that were present during Eldrazi Winter.
Me too.
So yeah, I just don't see this card being all that great. I think it's a card. I think it's a card that will see a lot of play initially, because it does look like a card with it is a card of a good synergy with Ugin's Labyrinth, because you both find it and fuel it with it, but I don't think that's gonna be what those like Ugin's Labyrinth decks are about.
Yeah, maybe we are thinking too hard about Yugi's Labyrinth. Maybe it's just a good card for Tron. because you can just make sure that your turn free turn happens, or like increase the odds to find it, because you can, for example, keep a one Tron expedition map hand with Tower of Destiny, find the second Tron piece from the top, and then from turn 3 you can just cast it. Yeah, so maybe that's the future of the card.
I don't
Maybe
think so. I don't think that like Tron become a good deck. Like this iteration of Tron became a good deck mostly when people figure out how to play those games without Tron. And Tron right now is a 4-drop deck, not a 7-drop deck anymore.
it may be because we get a few ways to find Tron or quicker or rebuild it. Maybe it will come back to being a 7-drop deck. Yeah,
Yeah,
We'll
but
see, we'll see.
I think it became a 7-drop deck, a 4-drop deck, not because you have problems with finding Tron. That never have been the case. I think you became a 4-drop deck because your 4-drops are better than your 7-drops. So there is no reason to be a 7-drop deck because Karn Great Creator and Ring are better than 7-drops. That's why you did that.
Yeah, we'll see.
So
Like
we'll see.
I feel that deck, like it's a solid 5, in my opinion. It's like it can be solid in bad decks.
I think it's a 6. It's a 6/6 card, so let's give it a 6. I think there is a good chance that I'm joking, but yeah, like I will give it a 6. I think there is some amount of chance that in Eldrazi it will be a good card. I don't think so, but I wouldn't be very surprised if it turned out to be like an actual good card. Okay, going. This is a card down. This is some sort of limited common. Okay, Echoes of Eternity. That's a card that I think some people were excited about. I personally am not, to spoil my opinion a bit. So it's a 6 mana Kindred enchantment. So tribal, new word for tribal. If a triggered ability of a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. And whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it and you may choose new targets for the copy. So it basically, it doubles your Eldrazi, doubles your cast triggers and quadruples your ETBs, give or take. So I think it's a classic win more card. I don't think that this card is actually playable, or like there is no reason to. When you have 6 mana, you can just play any other Eldrazi that is in this like range of 6 to I don't know, like 8 mana that can actually do something. This card needs another big Eldrazi to do something, and your fail case is you will usually lose with those decks when your mana doesn't line up and you are just left with a bunch of overcosted things in your hand, and that's an overcosted thing that doesn't do anything on itself.
Yeah, I feel it's more like a commander card than for modern. So like it's like I wouldn't touch it in modern ever. Like never ever.
Yep.
Like
So
maybe like in weird scenarios. Like
I think it's a solid 2 out of 10.
1. For me it's 1.
Oh, okay. I just like that 2 out of 10 has a good amount of meme potential in Polish, so I like giving 2 out of 10.
Yeah, 2 out of 10 is cool.
To those type of cards. First phrase of the text feels like a flavor text. That's a good good candidate. Okay. Next up we have Emrakul Word Anew. The Word Anew even.
That's the better one.
I don't think I will read all those cards because you can see them on screen, and I think it wastes a lot of time to read every single card. So what do you think about Emrakul, Sodek?
I think it's good. I think it covers enough spots to be worth build a deck around it. Like obviously, you can cast it for 12 mana. That's acceptable, but I would be more interested in casting it for 6 and using Madness. There's a card called Boże, ten co staje fudy.
Asmorano something.
No. Yeah, that is. I forgot the name. That's
Underworld Cookbook?
Yeah, Underworld Cookbook. The Underworld Cookbook is a perfect enabler for the Emrakul because once you collect the Tron, you can have 7 mana, play Cookbook, discard Emrakul, Madness, it cast. And so once you cast it, it just virtually ends the game versus any creature deck. It also has cool protections. The protection from the permanents that were cast this turn. I wonder what against which card this line of text is. It's obviously for late binding.
And Solitude and Teferi and bunch of
a
other
lot
things.
of other stuff. So it's basically untouchable unless you play mass removal. And even if you play mass removal, like if you play a mass removal, then you don't have creatures that they gain control of. So maybe against like Supreme Verdict, the card isn't that great, but against everything else, it should just dominate. I'm super scared of this card, and I feel that building like a big Eldrazi Tron deck with Emrakul around is a really cool idea. So, what's your opinion, Jendrek? Like, will we see more Eldrazi that are low to the ground, like red-green Eldrazi from the past, or like bundle Eldrazi, something like this with mana dorks, with Eldrazi Temple, and that's like with 3-4 drops that are played earlier, or will we see more like Tron-oriented Eldrazi that are trying to play these huge monsters? I feel that the second outcome is more likely to happen because there's a lot of competition in casting undercosted creatures, see Zoo, for example, or any tribal decks that will happen. And I feel that this go over the top creatures can just dominate.
I think that it will be somewhere in between. I don't think it will be like a full-fledged Tron deck, but it will resemble more like the top-heavy versions of the colored Eldrazi decks. So most likely like red-green, but it will be colorless because you need to have colorless lands in your deck to support Emrakul. Like you can't afford any land in your deck to not make colorless mana if you want to play this card.
Yeah, that's why colors already.
Yeah. So basically, Cookbook is the best enabler. I think it's fairly obvious. You can play Erza's Saga that finds Cookbook. You can play Karn. You can play Ring. Maybe you can play some sort of colorless ramp as well. Like if Mindstone ever is good, it's probably in this type of deck. They also reprinted Worn Power Stone, which is an effect that we didn't have in Modern before. And ramping by 2 mana on turn 3. Like if you play Worn Power Stone on 3, you can play a 6-drop on 4. And conveniently enough, Emrakul costs 6 mana out of Madness. So if you go turn 2 Saga, turn 3 Power Stone, turn 4 Float Mana, find Cookbook, discard, you have turn 4 Emrakul just out of those two. And obviously 4 lands, but I will assume that playing 4 lands is a given in that spot, even though sometimes you won't have it, of course.
What's your rate?
What's my rate of this card? I think it's a 7.5. I think it has a good potential, and if this is basically my my vote of confidence that some sort of Eldrazi deck might see some play. I think if Eldrazi's are good, it's likely because those because Emrakul is good and not because like more mid-rangey Eldrazi shells. We basically don't have blue-white Eldrazi's or red-green Eldrazi's that we had last time, those type of mid-range shells, because as Sodek said, this space is occupied with other decks. But I do think that if Eldrazi's are good, it's likely because Emrakul, like some Emrakul, Karn, Erzos Saga, maybe Ring deck is good. Okay, what's your opinion, Sodek?
My
What's your
opinion
score?
is solid 7. I like the card. I can't wait to Emrakul's stealing my creatures. It will be a horrible experience probably, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Next up, we have Harrigast Erupting Hellkite, which I put on because it's a mythic rare from the set. And I think, unless it's a legend for Commander, we are somewhat obligated to talk about mythics from this set. So what do you think, Sodek?
When you cast this spell, you may exile your hand if you do draw 3 cards. Cool. Cool top end probably. Flying, each creature spell cast has emerged. That's a flavor text of the set. I call it now. Like on paper it looks good, but I don't imagine any deck that can actively use it. Like it looks more like a commander card than any other thing.
I don't know about Commander, but so my problem with this card is that you want your, especially top-end Eldrazi things to be colorless, and this has a merge of 2 red. So basically, I'm calling it now, if this card see played, which I doubt it will be mostly cast off of those 9 mana instead of those emerge costs.
On the other hand, I can see cheating it into play for 2 mana. So it can be a Bedlam Reveler type of card.
Okay, yeah? I can see that. Maybe I guess
it can be also quite good, yeah. But I don't feel that these type of cards are that good in Modern anymore. Modern is like you draw so many cards that like this type of like discard your hand, draw 3 cards. You need to work a lot to make it happen, and the fact that like if you have multiple copies of this card, they will discard once to another makes them worse, in my opinion. So it's a cool card, but I don't see the shelf for it. So okay, my rate would be like 4.5, maybe.
4.5. Okay.
Maybe 4.
I think it's another one of those 2 out of 10s for me. Okay, maybe not 2 out of 10. I will give it 3. I think it's better than Echoes of Eternity. So I think I'll give it 3 out of 10. But yes, just like Sodek said, I don't think this card is super exciting. I think it's not very likely that this card will see play in Modern. All right. Next up, we have It Heralds the End, which is one of the first cards spoiled. And one of the cards that when it was spoiled, I think in Chicago or around Chicago, or leaked around Chicago, people have been saying that this is basically what heralds, as the name suggests, the return of like more mid-range Eldrazi shells, because it's a nice bridge to those 7 mana Eldrazi's, as they cost 1 less. And it's also a lord for Eldrazi's. So basically, I think that this card is trying to accomplish those things that I mentioned previously as things that I'm not interested in when playing Eldrazi's in 2024. So those, exactly as Ardos is saying, those like it that heralds the end into Matter Reshaper is not something that I would be terribly excited about.
But for free Matter Reshaper, sounds so powerful, to be honest. Like
It does.
when I look about this card and I think about this, like the possible shell with Ugi's Labyrinth and Eldrazi Temple, I can see it as the first one mana lord that's printed in the ever. Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. So if you think about it as a 1 mana 2/2 that pumps your team, and you add like Eldrazi Mimic and other like cheap stuff, maybe there's something there. I probably will spend some play points to try this fair Eldrazi aggro, and we'll see how it goes. But overall, yeah, it's just a solid 4. Yeah, let's say okay, maybe 4.5, because I can see it a key card in this aggressive Eldrazi shell, but that's it. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll agree with you on the grade. I do think it's like I don't believe in those decks that much, as I've said, but
Me too.
sure.
But
If
like-
those
like-
decks are good, then this card is probably
I
a-
feel
an important
that
part of it.
these decks will be like very good draws will be really good, and the problem will be the consistency.
Yeah, the grade is out
Uh,
of 10. Stokey,
yeah.
yes. Okay, then we have Kozilek, the Broken Reality. Does a bunch of things. Those things are somewhat powerful, I guess.
When you cast this spell, up to 2 target players each manifest up. I don't like this. Like up to 2 players, like the wording created for commander. But it is what it is. Manifest 2 cards from their
This is not
hands
for commander. Like, it is because, like, it could say you may, like, it's more less worldly than saying both you and your opponent may do that, and it's up to you. Because
Yeah, maybe.
this is actually a wording that works for two players, 1v1 Magic, because sometimes you will want your opponent to manifest 2 cards. Also, it says that up to 2 target player each manifest, so you can make them manifest cards from their hand, which is a very weird, as like Chimba says, it's a very weird sort of mind rot in a sense, because
like it's a good answer to Supreme Verdict if you think about it.
you make those creatures, you make their cards 2/2. You can't target the same op twice, no, but you can target yourself.
And create even more creatures that will be extremely powerful because of the second ability. Other creatures you control, colorless, get +3/+2, which will be huge.
Like,
but on the other hand, this Kozilek will work well in like big Eldrazi shell, and if your Eldrazi are big already, why do you want to make them even bigger? That's like it will work with your manifested cards. Yeah.
it draws 4 cards on ETB or on cast. It draws 4 cards.
What?
Can you read, Sodek? For each manifested card this way, you draw a card. So you
OMG,
manifest 2, they manifest 2, you draw 4 cards, you have a 9/9 and 2 5/4s, and they have 2 2/2s.
Okay.
So
the card is much better than yeah.
is Anthem a flavor text? No, Anthem is definitely not a flavor text in this one. And
I call it colorless creatures you control gets +3/+2 is a flavor text of this set.
okay, but you get one of those, Sodek. You can't call it on every single thing.
Oh no! So I want to take it back.
Okay. So you're taking it back, and we will track whether it's... Because for those of you who are not familiar with Sodek lore, when we are reviewing Modern Horizons 2, Sodek said, and I quote, "Dash is flavor text on Ragavan." So it's been a meme in the Polish community for like almost 3 years now. That Dash on a Ragavan is a flavor text. And
So,
we
like-
are looking for this Horizon set edition of this is a flavor text.
I want to find 3 flavor text of the set and like keep it like in top 3. But yeah, Kozilek is probably who dashes anyway. Yeah, that's true. Like it's the best thing to play turn 1 Ragavan opponent doesn't have an answer and then you win, yeah? And not you pay 2 mana every turn. That's stupid.
I I do think that Kozilek is strong. I think the problem will be finding a good home for it. More so than anything else.
Big Eldrazi.
Maybe it's just a Tron card. Like, it is a pretty good card against spot removal, right?
Kinda.
So like, if you play against like some sort of sweeper deck, against like blue-white or whatever, you play this, you draw 2 cards and make 2 4/5s or 5/4s rather, and you don't make them manifest if you don't want to like give them any creatures. I do think that this card is strong, and and once again, giving it a home will be more of a problem, I think. So, in my opinion, it's a solid 6 out of 10. I think.
I like this rate. I will also give 6. Okay, yeah, after half of hour, we talked about like 7 cards, 8 cards.
Sure, but we also had some technical issues.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, next up, Kozilek Command. This is a card that I know Spike had very high on his list.
Okay. Maybe we should read it together to find what are the cool options here.
I know what this card does because I've already went through the spoiler. So it's an instant.
Me too. But
it's a tribal instant, and as commands usually do, it has 4 modes and you choose 2 of those. The cost is X and double colorless, and you create X Eldrazi spawns, you scries X, then draw, you exile a creature with mana value X or less, and then you exile up to X target cards from graveyards. So I am not sharing Spike's enthusiasms for those cards. Was there some 10 out of 10s already? No.
Will be? Most likely no, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think there's a single 10 out of 10 in this set. Honestly, I think there will be a good amount of 9 out of 10s. But I do think that we won't have any 10 out of 10s. So, I don't think that this card is that good. It's like, as Chimba said, so the default is scry and exile something, so you get like a costly removal spell that also draws a card, which doesn't sound like a very interesting thing to me or something you want. So yeah, my problem is that this card doesn't have a good proactive mode. I think like 4 mana, make 2 Scions and scry to draw a card it doesn't sound that great.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it's a bridge to those big Eldrazi's. Maybe that's the card that you want in those. This is the card that actually bridges you to Ugin's Labyrinth territory of Eldrazi's, those 7+ Eldrazi's. So is this not prismatic ending for Eldrazi Temple decks? Not really, because it only targets creatures, right? So I like that it hates on graveyards accidentally, because Sodek will be mad about that.
I don't like it.
I think it's a 5. I think it's a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a role player for the big Eldrazi deck, and that's it, in my opinion. And like the double gray cost makes it like maybe not unplayable, but super hard to cast in another deck. So just Eldrazi will use it. Okay, let's move on.
So do you agree with the 5 rating?
Yes, 5. Of course.
Okay, then we have Null Elemental Blast, which will be another 2 out of 10 for me. I think that this card is very overrated. Like, some people were very excited about having like a blast in the format, and the word blast in the name just debates so many people. but this card actually has so few targets. Like if it set one or more colors, of course it would be insane.
Yeah.
But targeting only multicolored things is like there is no like it counters everything in zoo and destroys everything in zoo. Okay, sure. Like if they have leyline out, then it counters or destroys everything. But still, I don't think that this card is very good.
Also, the casting cost isn't the easiest, yeah, because like you won't play this card in like any control shell and add some gray sources just to play it. So for me, the casting cost limits the use of the card to some Eldrazi shells, in my opinion, or maybe like you can try to splash this gray, but it's like for me this card is a sign that they were designing the set when Omnat was much more popular, and because it looks very good against Omnat decks, but that's it. Yeah.
Okay, just 2 out of 10. Moving on.
Yeah, me too.
Next up, we have Null Drifter, which I think is a fairly cool card. I think I like when they do those homages to cards that are somewhat of a classic. And I do think that Null Drifter is a strong card. I think that it works very well with Dress Down, which already I think it was Pygonti or somebody else mentioned, because they cast trigger. The draw happens on cast, so if you end step turn 2 Dress Down, then on turn 3 you can evoke this, draw 2 cards, and it stays around as a 4/4 flyer. And Dress Down is already a card with a lot of applications. It is worth. I think it's a worse card to blink, but it's a better card in every other thing. Like if you don't want to blink, then yep, yeah, and it looks pretty good with EDF, I guess. So in my opinion, this is a card that we'll see. I think it's the first Eldrazi that we might see play outside of dedicated Eldrazi shells. And in my opinion, I think it's a solid 7. I'll be generous. I think it's an 8. You are muted, Sodek. I can't hear you.
Okay, I forgot that I turned off my microphone because I was opening Coke Zero, which is here. Okay, that's funny. Okay. I like the concept. I like maybe some blue-gray Eldrazi shell can use it, because it's a perfect card in my opinion for Yugin's Labyrinth. It's like it looks like it's designed just to make it happen, and the fact that it works nicely with Eldrazi Mimic is another plus. So I like it, and I will probably spend some time on Eldrazi shells using this card too. So 7. Yeah, let's be 7. Okay, maybe 6.5. 6.5 is safe.
6.5. Okay. All right. Moving on. The next one is the last of the Eldrazi Titans, Ulamog the Defiler. I think that this card is not very good. I think it's a definition of like a win war 10 drop that doesn't do much. Its cast trigger is by far the least impressive ones. All of those. Because exiling half of library kinda does nothing. Like it's just yep. I just think it's a 2 out of 10, and I don't think there is much more to say about that one.
Yes, let's move. Like I won't spend time talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then we are moving into the colored cards category. I guess there is this one.
No. This battle mage is quite good, in my opinion.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, I
If you
can
think
see
about
that.
it as a 1-drop, again, like similarly to this lord, it's a 2-mana card, but you'll have 8 lands to cast it on turn 1. So it's a 1-drop that can have some kicker options later on.
Yeah,
And I feel in Eldrazi aggro deck, it can be acceptable.
I think it might be a role player, if in Eldrazi decks. Yeah.
Like you can, for example, if you add Cavern of Souls, then the kicker will work or not? It will, yeah.
I think you can pay kicker with Cavern of Souls.
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure.
if that's the thing, then the card will see play in aggro Eldrazi.
Okay.
So I would like it 5, yeah, or like
a 5. Okay, so I'm not as high on it. I think it will be a 4.5 for me. All right. Moving on to white cards. Is this card doing anything?
okay. Let's read it again.
I don't think so.
2 mana artifacts with ETB 2 oil counters. When 2 or more creatures attack with an oil counter, and then 2
Okay,
mana.
that's already too much text. We are not going over that one.
That's not good.
Okay. This has non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast, so that's pretty okay. Like those type of cards can be like a hate cards for various combo decks. And it also says whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, you play a counter on it, and if there are 3 or more counters, you sacrifice it, draw a card, and make search for a tapped plains.
So it's a hate card that doesn't hate that much because it can be dealt with like executing your game plan, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's not good, yeah?
Oh, it says you have to sacrifice it. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind then.
Solid 0. Never touch it, please.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put on this one just to call them out that they couldn't print Swords to Plowshares. Or like maybe not exactly Swords to Plowshares, but an actually good removal spells. Like what bugs me the most is that the best removal spell in a set is, in my opinion, Galvanic Discharge. And it's a red card, and red is a color with 2 good removal spells already, in Bolt and Heat. And both white and black only has 1 good 1-mana removal spells. So they just added the third one to red instead of caring for other colors. And I think that sucks.
Yeah. Also, like the chat suggested that the wording of this card is garbage, and I totally agree. Like you couldn't do it better.
Yeah, just not gonna give more radio time to expel the unworth.
Solid 0.
Okay, then we have Flare of Fortitude, which is the first one of the Flare cards. So I do think that flares in general are a very good design for free spells, because it actually requires you a piece of cardboard that you had to work. You had to spend a card for that. So
and the mana, which is super important in my opinion.
Yeah, like mana is debatable because you can sacrifice Dried Arbor to Green Flare and stuff like that. But
then you are not making random. For me, it's a game changer, because if you like, obviously this flare is Garbo, but in for example,
it's
like
not Garbo.
It's bad. Why do you ever want to? Okay, Hexproof Indestructible.
It's a 0 mana protection spell for Hammer, and for those decks like this, your life total can change as a flavor text on that one.
Okay. We can agree. And that I wasn't thinking about like this Indestructible thing, and now it's kind of better, to be honest.
This is a 0 mana protection spell for Hammer. it's better than every other protection spell, I think. Like Surge of Salvation or the other one, Blacksmith Skill. So
reading the card explains the card. Yes, that's why we are doing this sort of spoiler reviews. Yeah. Okay, so but like the cost, the sacrificing white card.
Hammer is a perfect deck with a bunch of garbo white creatures. Like you can just sacrifice Eldra's Esper Sentinel that already
Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, that already tags your opponent, or Stoneforge Mystic, or even Pure Steel Paladin that already equipped something to your other creatures. And it's basically like a way to answer Solitude for 0 mana. And like, because the problem with Hammer, or a lot of problem with Hammer was that your opponent has Solitude and they can be tapped out, or like Force of Vigor. Cards, they can be tapped out and still do things, and you have to keep your mana up. And now you can be tapped out as well and counter their 0 mana card with your 0 mana card.
Yeah, it goes 2 for 2 with Force of Vigor. That's a good one as well.
I think this is... Yep. Go ahead, Sodek.
The more I think about the card, the more I like it. So I will give it 6.
I think it's a 6.5. I think that it will be an important part of not really good decks, but if Hammer ever becomes good, like Hammer has been good for many years in different spots. And if Hammer comes back, I think this will be an important piece of this puzzle. And maybe there are other decks with a bunch of different white creatures, like, I don't know, things with Ranger Captain of Eos, or something that can tutor up white creatures and have the abundance of white creatures, or maybe you have Squadron Hawk, whatever, I don't know.
Okay, especially for Ardos. Can you mention Ad Nauseam, please? Yes, it's unplayable yet Ad Nauseam. Let's move on. You don't have white creatures to sacrifice, so it's better to cast Angel's Grace.
Okay, next up we have Guide of Souls. So they've been pushing life gain things, like Soul Sister things in this set, good amount, and this also ties into energy, which is something that I think we'll see some amount of play. Like, I think energy is actually a pretty cool mechanic, and it's kind of lame that old energy cards are basically all powered crept out of the format. Like, nobody will play those old energy cards, I think.
Maybe outside like Attune the Eater if you really want to have energy. But like, I feel that this card combines really well with the other cards from the set. This 1 mana Ocelot, or like this fun card. Like, we'll talk about it later. Overall, I feel that the energy cards usually work well together. We could see it in Energy Standard, when like these energy cards were filled with energy cards to make other energy effects better and better. And I feel that we are a bit short in terms of actual modern playables in a format. And Guide of Souls, I don't want to say it's an exception to this rule, but it can create energy by itself. But that means that if it left unchecked, you can dominate the board, and 2 counters and flying. It's a solid thing to do actually, and to steal some damages. Like, I feel that other creatures in the format that are focused on attacking are still better, like see Zoo, for example. But maybe if this card is combined with the most likely next card, will maybe not the next card, but that one of the other white cards we'll talk about, it will create some shells for like white creature centric decks.
Yeah, I do think that, especially I think white energy cards are, of course, there's Static Discharge, which is very good, I think. But white energy cards are pretty okay too, as I think, like those good white energy cards. that we're gonna mention later. And I can see, like, people have been playing Emiria for some time. I think Emiria is a pretty bad archetype in the sense of being a mono-white mid-range deck, or mostly white-based mid-range deck, but it's also one of the best ring decks. And yeah, a very good point from Rajolot that this
OMG.
enables infinite with Aluren. Like, it gives you
Let's
energy to cast
go.
your
Another
spells.
creature to go infinite with the Elephantos, yeah, because we have from Ether Revolt we have the Elephant 1 mana 3/4 that can bounce itself when you don't have enough energy to pay for it. This is another one. So now if we have Aluren, 8 of these effects, we can create a lot of ETBs, to be honest. So
The problem is that if you have both this and the elephant won't go infinite with this because you will get 2 energies per
but
elephant.
if you have Guide of Souls, it like alone with another 1-drop will just do the thing, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that if you have 8, but if you have both of those, they won't work together. That's just something I wanted to point out.
Yeah, but I like it. I like the concept. I will try it at least. Okay, I won't think about it, but yeah. Then the Guide of Souls is much better. Let's go, Todd.
Yeah, but going back to Emira, I think that some sort of deck in this vein is pretty okay. Yeah, you have to return Greenbelt. Yes. Like, Greenbelt Rampager with Eluren is just infinite ETBs on itself by itself. So
okay, what's the rate?
yeah, so what's the rate? I do think that this card is a 5.5, I think.
6.5, let's go.
6.5.
5, yeah.
Okay. I do think that it can be good in... Okay, let's go with 6. Because I think it might be good in... Like, it ties so many different things together that I think it deserves this kind of rating. Okay. I think none of those are very good. I think this is...
What 6 out of 10 even mean? If you think about 1 as a total garbo and 10 as a super broken card, this is 6. Like, this is a solid card.
6 is basically a card that will see play in multiple decks. They might not be very good decks, and those might not be the build around card, but those will be role players in those decks. So I'm gonna try to think of an example of the card that currently exists. That's a 6.
Ideas, chat?
Like, Dryad of the Elysian Grove is probably a 6. Maybe it's a bit more important than 6 in Amulet, but... Oh, Kavu. Yeah, Neshama Brawler is kind of bad, I think. But I think Territorial Kavu is a 6 out of 10 card. Yeah, but moving back to the actual set. Next up, we have Ocelot's Pride, which is a card that I think has a good amount of potential. It looks very worthy because it has a lot of text on it, but in the pinch, it's a 1 mana 1/1 that if it attacks and survives until the end of your turn, it creates another 1/1.
It actually doesn't need to attack if you gained life this turn. So it works with all ETB, like with the previous card we mentioned. You can just create some tokens, and then once you have City Blessing, you can create like this is strange wording. So your 1/1 becomes not a 1/1 card, but a token of Ocelot Sprite, yeah?
No.
No. 'Cause
You
if
get
looking
another
each-
1/1.
Okay.
You copy, you double all of your tokens you get those turns. So you don't double your tokens from before turns, but
That's strange, yeah. Okay, so why I like this card? First Strike means that you can single-handedly keep Ragavan in check. What I don't like is that 1 toughness, so Bowmasters can kill it. But I feel that if they like made it 1/1, that meant that the card was good enough to not have 2 toughness. So
okay.
so I feel that in the right deck it will just like if you keep it for like 1 or 2 turns without the answer, it will get out of control super fast. So yeah, but like again, if you kill it with like 1 mana removal spell, that's not the end of the world, because if you spend also 1 mana for it, the Lava Dart can be a problem technically. But who plays Lava Dart outside Prowess?
Prowess have been somewhat popular recently.
Yeah, that's true. But remember these talks when we are talking about Modern Horizons 2 and we are like comparing cards to Lava Dart and Heliod, because they
Yep.
were the 2 big decks just
Yeah, of
before the
course.
Modern Horizons 2. I feel that like we have the very similar vibes now. Like we are thinking about the Bowmasters and One Ring and other things.
Okay.
This is the only Ascent card in set? I think so.
I think so as well. And we have a very strong declaration from Ardos that if this is play, he will subscribe to Mystical Teachings. Okay.
Okay.
So we have
Let's
a lot riding on the line on Ocelot Pride. So
Yeah,
now
and,
Sodek will spend
now
all
I-
of his testing for PT Amsterdam trying to break Ocelot Pride
yeah, and
just
then,
to add this, to earn this extra $10 from Ardos.
starting from 2-0, I will beg my opponents to concede so I can get 5-0.
That seems like a very good strategy.
Ambitious, yeah. Okay, the rate, I feel it's depending on how like other like the rest of the white shell will look like. I feel it's between 6 and 7, 6.5 maybe. 6.5 is
Yeah, I think
solid.
6.5 makes sense. It also works with Ajani that somebody mentioned in chat. It's a cut for Ajani. If Ajani is any good, we'll get to Ajani a bit later on. Because we didn't miss Ajani, right? Yeah, we didn't. Okay. Next up, we have Pearl Ir, Imperial Advisor. This is basically Core Spirit Dancer that costs 3 mana, close to it. And I think that's all we had to say about that one.
Yeah, this card looks bad. Yeah, when I was reading it, I felt that designers like missed the point. They tried to make a good card for Boggles and they like failed.
Okay, next we have Philia Exuberant Shepherd, also known as
named-
Major's dog.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think like
Okay,
I don't know.
Maybe we should read it together, because like that's a lot of text. I have
Okay.
troubles understanding what's going on, so viewers can also have problems. Yeah?
Sodek not knowing what, not being able to read like 7 lines of text is.
Yeah, that's actually hard. Yeah?
Okay, so whenever Philia attacks, you exile up to 1 target non-art permanent, and it returns at the beginning of the end step. If it's yours, then you put a 1/1 counter on Philia.
So you can also
You can kill tokens with it. Or
kill tokens.
you can kill tokens with it. You can blink your opponent's things that you want to blink.
I
For some
feel
reason.
this effect will be underrated, like in the previous season, and it will show more power later on. It can be quite annoying to play against. So just based on it, I would consider it somewhat playable. Outside that, like all these blink effects are usually too cute to see the regular constructed play. Maybe this one is powerful enough to.
I think it's pretty good. It's a
Solid
2 mana
five.
2/2 with flash. And it, provided your opponent's creature doesn't have any ETBs, it's also remove blockers. Like you just blink their block, you just exile their blocker. And it can like reset Smerktide, it can, it does a bunch of things.
It resets one ring or not?
It does reset one ring, yes.
Return so it ETBs again?
Yeah, but you don't cast it, so you don't get protection.
Okay, so that's a good thing at least.
I-
Blinker Grief. Okay, that's another cool thing
Yeah.
to do.
I think it's a solid card.
Blink Solitude, Blink Recruiter of the Guard. Yeah, that are some good targets for it, yeah?
If this is play, I won't use 1 million on my next Magic trip. It doesn't mean that Ardos won't spend $1 million. It means that he won't use Pakoraban 1 million Royal, also known as the greatest scent in the universe. Which is
Since I have
I
TV.
wouldn't make this declaration because I think that this card is actually good. I think that
I know that Aspiring Spike will spend a lot of time trying to make it good. Yeah, like it's if I had to call the Aspiring Spike card of the set, this would be this dog probably.
okay. My grade will be 7.
7.
I think it's
Yeah,
a good card.
I say 5.5.
5.5. Okay, I think that's a good card and working very
Okay.
good with Recruiter of the
Maybe
Guard.
6. Maybe like the problem is that how the rest of the white shell will look like, and I'm not very sold on the rest of the white
Okay,
shell.
you heard it first here. Gucci Envy is the new Pakoraban 1 million Royal, which I can't disagree with more because 1 million is just 1 million. Okay, next up we have Static Prison, which is a 1 mana enchantment, white. To exile target non-permanent an opponent controls unless Static Prison leaves the battlefield and you get 2 energy. And at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, sacrifice Static Prison unless you pay 1 energy. So, to visualize it for anybody that can have problems with it, including Sodek, you cast it. You get 2 energy. You pass to your opponent. They don't have access to thing you exile. Then you pay 1 energy. And then you do that. So there's another turn for when they don't have access to it. And then you pay energy again. So you take their creature for free or the permanent for free of their turns with this card, which is a good amount of time. You can also do things like I think this card will work well with the white energy sweeper, even though it doesn't make all that much sense because it exiles it as well. Like because you can choose to not pay your energy, sacrifice this, give them back their 1-drop, and then or like their non-land permanent, and then use this energy to cast your sweeper. This is basically a 1 mana, like sorta Oblivion Ring with Vanishing 3 or Vanishing 2, I guess. I don't remember which one was Vanishing, but it doesn't matter. It basically buys you time, and I think it's all that you need in multiple like mid-range decks and control decks that are white. Like for example, I said earlier that white didn't get good 1 mana removal spell. I kind of meant instants or sorceries because those are the cards I'm mostly looking at, but I think this card is good. I think this has the problems of enchantments in general, which are like Boseiju and Pigger Poison and what have you. But also it's a 1 mana, it has much less stringent mana requirements than Leyline Mining.
It has energy requirements, which can be solved either way.
Yes, so I do think that this card is pretty good. and I think we can see it being the unholy hit of this set. Basically, stuff like it's a common / uncommon that works with the like limited mechanic for the set, and it can go under the radar, and can't wait for blue-white energy control with Deprive. Deprive bouncing your Ether Hub? What the fuck? That would be... for what it's worth, I don't think the Ether Hub will be playable.
It won't be. No.
But I do think that this card might see play in decks like blue-white control. I think that not being reliant on leyline binding anymore is very important. I do think that there is a good amount of value in playing a lot of basics, because I think there is a world in which blue-white becomes Winter Moon, Harbinger of the Seas deck, and then not needing triumphs and like weird mana is a plus. So overall, I think this card is an 8 out of 10.
8?
I think this card will see a lot of play, and I think it will be a role player in a lot of white decks.
I will say 7.5. I don't feel it's on the like Bowmasters level, like we had it in 8 earlier. So it's a solid alternative to leyline binding. That's cool. The lack of flash is painful in my opinion.
Oh, if this card had flash, it would be insane.
Yeah, it would be solid 8.5, but the lack of flash makes it a bit worse, let's say. And again, it all comes down to how good the energy shell as a whole is.
All right. Next up, we have White Orchid Phantom. So this is a play on Knight of White Orchid, of course. And it basically, it just ETB destroy your opponent or any non-basic land, and its controller may search for a basic land card, put it tapped on the battlefield, then shuffle. So a bit of like...
Remember the funny dog with flash we had? Like this is a solid target, in my opinion. Like I feel it will be more like a sideboard card to attack the Tron decks or the Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, I think it's a sideboard card more than anything else.
I don't see it in any main decks, but like the flying first deck combo, cool. I like it. Then Arbiter goes crazy.
I guess if you play like some sort of mono white, like kinda Devon Taxes-ish shell, which I don't think will be very good, this is like a decently sized creature that you can just play in your main deck that sometimes will have a good effect. Also, if you play quad Flagstones, you can ramp yourself with Flagstones, because you can target your own land. So maybe that's good enough. I don't know.
We'll see. Maybe the white stacks deck, like the Fentaxes should not be taxes but should be Blink instead, and like focus most likely on Blink.
Maybe I think
that's the future.
I think this card is a 6. I think it's a 6. Between it being like a good sideboard option against like Tron and non-basic lands in general, and being somewhat main deckable card for like white beatdown decks, and synergy with Flagstones, as I said before. I think it's like covers a lot of small boxes that can add up to something.
Okay, I'm not that high on the card. I will give it 5. 5 out of 10 is solid. It's also a spirit. That's cool.
Okay, and then the last white card we have is Wrath of the Skies. So card we already mentioned. X white white. You get
it because I have no opinion about it. I can't say it being good.
Okay, you get X energy, then you may pay any amount of energy, destroy each artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value less than or equal to the amount of energy paid this way. So, just to start with that, there is a card called Crime Punishment that sees some amount of play in various decks, mostly in Yawgmoth sideboard. This is a better version of this effect. And I think it will see a good amount of play. because of that. I do think that being able to kill Erza Saga with this card will be very important. I think that it won't be... I'm not missing double face cards. They are later on the sheet because we are just going alphabetically. Or not alphabetically, but collector's number, and they have a separate sheet. And so this card kills Erza Saga, which I think will be the most important aspect of this card. It also kills, like, it's a cheapest sweeper you can play in just white, basically, because you can combine it with both the enchantment that we just mentioned, Static Prison, I think it's called, or the blue cantrip that draws cards and gives 2 energy, which I think will be a role player in energy decks. And you can like play your one, if like you are on the draw, they play 1 drop, you play your enchantment that blinks or that exiles, that gives you energy. They play like 2 more 1 drops, for example, against prowess or something, and then you untap, you let your enchantment die. You have 2 energy, so you can pay this for 2 mana, pay 1 energy, and kill all your 1 drops. So it's a 2 mana sweeper. I think that this card will see a good amount of play, either as your main sweeper or as the way to answer Saga very efficiently post-board. Like, just imagine you are playing against Amulet, you pay this for 3 mana, you destroy all of their tokens, you destroy all of their amulets, all of their sagas. I think it's just a strong card. I think it will be... I don't think it's quite an 8 because I don't think it's as versatile as Static Prison, like regarding how many different decks can play this card, because it's more of a like sweeper card. Or you know what? I think it's an 8. I think it's an 8 because it's also just a very good sideboard card against Saga, in my opinion. Out of many different decks.
I will give it 7, and I hope I will never have to cast this card because it looks too controllish to me.
All right, moving on to white or blue cards rather. Okay, there's some energy quench that we won't go into. There is Amphibian Downpour that I will put on just because it has word Storm on it. Which basically, I think that this card will be good only if it loses all abilities. So it is a way to effectively kill opposing Murktide Regents and like Murktide Mirror, and it has Storm, so it is hard to counter all the copies. But I think this card, other than being like a very, very fringe option for fringe decks or like for fringe situations, will see play if the Storm thingy actually matters. So, for example, if you have something that rewards you for getting multiple enchantment triggers on ETB or something like that, and you just put all of those downpairs on one of your own creatures, and that's it. You just make 10 copies of it, and you get 10 triggers from whenever a permanent enters the battlefield under your control or whatever like that. You do something and you just ping them to death. Like, use it as sort of grape shotty thing for some reason.
Play grape shot instead.
Maybe you don't want to play red. Who knows?
Like, even against Murktide it doesn't work that well because Murktide will keep counters, right? So
that is true. So. Yeah, no, it won't. It won't keep counters. Sodek, what are you talking about? Loses all abilities.
But counters are
it's counters. It's not +1/+1. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I can't comprehend basic English, so a bit of Sodek moment for me.
Let's go.
Yeah, just put it on because it has word storm mostly to maybe debate Sodek into some sort of discussion. Okay, next up we have what was supposed to be brainstorm. So
elaborate, yeah.
Okay, obviously this is an homage to Brainstorm, and I think let me start with that. I think this card is better than it looks. It also looks terrible, so that's not a very high floor. But the difference between this card and all the other versions of Brainstorms is that this is actually card advantage. This is actually a divination with an upside, and it's an instant. So people have been playing Archmage's Charm and like Flame of Anor and stuff like that, and of course it can't do other things than just draw cards. But I do think that there is a potential for miracles to see some amount of play with this card. There is a good amount of value in playing Terminus over other sweepers. Not only because it's a 1 mana sweeper compared to like 4 mana or whatever, but also putting things on the bottom of the deck instead of destroying them works against Yawgmoth, works against like scam effects, works against many different things. So I do think that like White Flare, Living End, it's just a card that may make a sweeper that's good into actually being castable. The fact is White Flare. Flare of something. The thing that the white free spell that gives first strike or hexproof and indestructible. So I do. It's obviously
Flare of Fortitude.
Flare of Fortitude. I don't think this is a card that you play without one. Like I don't think it's just a card you play on raid. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think you play that in like non-miracles deck. But we'll see, I guess. So, in my opinion, I'm hopeful that miracles will be good. I do love miracles a good amount.
I hope miracles won't see any play. But sadly, this card is it can be okay. It's a 4. It's a roleplay in bad decks. Okay, 4.5. Let's say.
I think it's a 5.5.
Okay.
This is just my vote. This is just my vote for of confidence for this card. I won't go. I won't troll and say it's like a 7 or whatever. Out of 10, yes.
Okay, let's move on because.
Okay. Consigned to Memory. This is the Power Crept Ceremonious Rejection. So it can counter triggered abilities or colorless spells. So I think this card will see a massive amount of play, especially in early weeks when people will try a lot of Eldrazi's. I think it's just an 8. I think 8 is the highest I can give to sideboard cards. Basically, because I don't think this is a main deckable card.
Yeah,
personally.
the only thing I can say against giving this card an 8 is that it's not as wide as other like 1 mana counter spells that we got. Like for example, we got Stern Scalding. Yeah, so Stern Scalding it was easier to play in sideboards, and this looks like an answer to Eldrazi decks, most likely. And if we see the smaller Eldrazi deck, we will most likely play for Cavern of Souls, so it will be a problem. It will see big Eldrazi spells, then it will shine there for sure. So I will give it 7.5, mostly because it's not as wide as other top sideboard cards.
That's actually a good point that you can use it with your own Lotus Field.
What? OMG. I still don't want to change my rate, but
okay.
Yeah, that's.
I think this is a card that will see massive amount of sideboard play.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
You can.
I can't. I don't want to even start imagining how many triggers that are not colorless will be countered by this card.
I think there is a world in which in which you play this card in the main deck. If you have a deck that with a very specific trigger you want to counter, like Lotus Field that was mentioned, I don't think most Lotus Field decks, like combo Lotus Field decks, want this kind of effect. But if you have some other thing, like more mid-rangey deck that has some sort of detrimental trigger you want to counter, I can see this being like a main deck card in those decks. But yeah. Overall, very high hopes for this seeing a lot of play in the sideboard of various decks.
Really good card, really good card.
Okay, then we have... Okay, this is all limited chaff. Okay, Dreamtide Whale. Okay, Sodek, can you tell us what Vanishing does?
It's like you have a creature with counters and they are removed, and when you don't have any counters, then you sacrifice it, something like this. So technically, it should be able to attack twice only, but because of the second ability to proliferate it,
this should be able to attack only once. Sodek, if you can read it.
Yeah, okay.
When the last is removed, sacrifice it.
Yeah, that's true. Because like there were a similar mechanic that
Fading.
Fading, yeah. Like I never know which one is which. Yeah. Okay, but the proliferate aspect makes it more interesting. Although it's still 7/5 without any evasion and any other ETB ability and so on and so on. So I don't feel it's that good. Like it will be relatively easy to make this stay on the battlefield forever. Because like play this plus Mishra's Bubble, you have another counter, yeah?
Yeah, I do think that it will stay on the battlefield indefinitely in a right deck very often. What is nice is that you can proliferate energy on yourself as well. So if you kind of like mash this with energy thing, you can get energy out of it.
It still like looks like a medium card for bad decks. So I would rate it 4 max and move on.
I think it's a 5.5. I think there is some hope for this card. 7.5 for free. Like, I think that Brain Surge got 5.5 from me and 4.5 from Sodek. So I think that this card can like see play in like just decks that are interested with beating down, because usually when you get this type of rate, 7 power for 3 mana on a blue thing, like a large blue thing, it usually do something with the graveyard, like Merktide or something like that. This card doesn't require any sort of graveyard things or like spells things. Like it requires some sort of spell things, I guess, but it doesn't require that much setup. And if you get to gain some extra value off of the proliferate ability, either with energy or with in this display, I'll uninstall Brawl Stars for a week. I don't think that.
Yeah, I feel it can see play because Merktide players may want to just test it and see how it goes. Like you can sometimes surprise someone with like a 7/5 that stays on the battlefield. The fact that the opponent can also turn up the proliferate, because whenever a player casts their second spell,
you can also proliferate opposing sagas, both Erzos Saga and like Fable, if you want to like get it faster out of the battlefield, especially Erzos Saga. Maybe this will disallow them to make tokens. You can proliferate your own Merktide. You can proliferate your army token if you're playing like some sort of blue-black deck.
Okay. You're great, and let's move on because we are talking about cards.
I already mentioned
that you won't see player.
I already said that it's 5.5 in my opinion.
Okay, it's 4.
Okay,
move on.
Let's move on to Flare of Denial.
Now we're talking. That's an interesting card to talk.
So blue Flare, as always, you can sacrifice a non-token creature of the set color to play this rather than paying its mana cost. It's a cancel. 3 mana, counter target spell. I think I'm not as high on this as other people are. Maybe I'm just wrong.
Like people, I heard that people are comparing this to Force of Will. This is not even close to Force of Will, mostly because you need to spend your mana on a creature and have enough blue creatures in your deck to make it work, and then you can sacrifice your tempo and your card that you spend mana on to counter something. So for me, it's not the card that naturally fits into like tempo strategies. Like for example, Merfolk. People say that Flare will be great with Merfolk. That's not true in my opinion. It can be okay to counter some like key spells. The fact it's a non-token means that this funny enchantment for 2 mana that creates Merfolk tokens that would otherwise should be good with Flare of Dinari won't be that good, and so on and so on. So I don't feel the card will be quite good in fair strategies. Where I can see it being playable, it's in unfair strategies when you can somehow cheat your blue creatures to play. Maybe Narcomoeba, maybe Priced Amalgam, maybe stuff like this.
Okay.
Uh, that's
I
my
think
take.
that's
And
saying. Okay, go ahead.
like obviously in Merfolk, this card can be quite good to like, counter the last spell the opponent is playing for 3 mana. That can be fine, but you can't play too many of them during the game and still be able to threat the opponent. So although the card is still powerful and it will see play, that's for sure, it's not as broken as people think, in my opinion.
I think saying that this is not good in Merfolk is just tripping. I think this card is very good in Merfolk. I don't think that Merfolk necessarily will be a good deck, but I do think that this card is like not tailor-made for Merfolk, but Merfolk is likely one of the best decks for it to play, other than like Narcomoeba Price Amalgam thing. I think that this mostly you want to get paired either with like stuff like Merfolk, already mentioned, just a bunch of dudes, and like you can also double spell a lot thanks to this card. Like for example, imagine you are playing some ETB's blue creatures. I don't know. You have 3 mana on your opponent's turn. They like attack you with stuff. You play like Snapcaster. You use it to flashback removal spell, and then you sacrifice Snapcaster to counter their next play. I think that's fairly potent. I do think that this will mostly see play with some blue creatures that provides value on ETB. So obviously Snapcaster Mage is a perfect pairing. If you want to go deeper, maybe like Spellstutter Sprite, maybe the Blue Magus, maybe Tamio, which is another card that we'll obviously mention later on. I do think that this card, I'll give it an 8 just out of respect and to the sheer potential this card has. I will give the 8 with the caveat of I wouldn't be surprised if this flops and just won't be very good at all. But obviously there is a chance it's better than an 8, but I think 8 is a fair grade in my opinion.
Yeah, like I feel that community right after it got spoiled would rate it like 9 of 10. I feel it's 8 is a solid. I will give it 7.5, mostly because I feel that like the card has some problems, and we'll see how the metagame will how players will want to solve them.
Okay, next up we have Harbinger of the Seas, also known as Magus of the Islands. So
Magus of the Blue, I heard.
It's just 1 blue 2/2 Merfolk Wizard, and its non-basic lands are islands. So I do think that this card is significantly better than Magus of the Moon for multiple different reasons. First of all, Red already has Moon to get this type of effect. Second of all, it's much harder to kill opposing cards off of islands than mountains. So like if you're playing like against creativity or something, they can just bolt your Magus, or against Scam, or against anything else. If all of their lands are blue and they are not a blue deck, they can't do much with this. It's also a wizard, which might be important for like Flame of Anor or some other wizard payoffs. It's also a Merfolk, which is important for Merfolks. It's also a blue creature, which is important for Flare of Denial. So overall, I think this card is quite solid. I also think that most of like the blue moon decks throughout the years has the problem of we are basically splashing for moon effect and removals, and most of our cards are blue. And this actually gives you more blue mana with your counterspell and stuff. And usually when you play this type of effect, you just want to hold up counterspells for those few cards that make sense for your opponent to resolve. Maybe now you will play. It's weird because you just wanted to play all of your basics to be islands before with like Blood Moon, and now you kind of want some of your basics to be non-islands to produce other color of mana. So you will see like people playing mountains or plains or swamps in their like blue moon-ish decks. Overall, I think this card is another 8 out of 10. Just a very solid card that will see a good amount of play out of many different decks.
Agree. I will also give it 8. For the first time, we probably have the same high rate. Because I usually give you slightly lower rate.
We've had 6.5. Both of us had 6.5 on Ocelot. Okay. Then we have another card that's probably quite...
No. Like you missed Hope Undercoat.
This card?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, if you think about it as a 2-drop, not as a 3-drop in Aggro Eldrazi Shells, it's not terrible. I would like to mention that this like small Eldrazi creatures with 8 temples around can be somewhat playable. I would give it 4.5, just to make sure that I mentioned it.
Okay, I think it's a 3 at best, mostly because your other Eldrazi's don't have flash. And I think this is the type of card that works much better if your deck just has flash and you can just represent other things. This will be very telegraphed and it's easy to play around, pay 1 more. I've played a good amount of Sensor in my life.
But you can just play it on curve, and when opponent isn't playing on curve, you just get the tempo advantage, right?
I think it will be great in 2016 Eldrazi. I don't think it will be good in 2024.
Yeah, that's a solid.
Okay. Kozilek's Unsealing, which is a card that has Eldrazi's instead of Mirror Enforcers on its art for some reason. I don't understand why.
Yeah, that's like they probably missed art in development. Yeah.
So basically, this is a card that I think we both agree, and maybe people from chat will agree as well, has the highest chance of seeing play in Affinity, actually, not in Eldrazi decks.
Yes. It screams Mirror Enforcer and stuff,
Yeah. So,
okay, like I already goldfish a bit of the like combo affinity, and I liked one thing. I like the fact that once you start and you have enough like this Mirror Enforcer effects, and you have like we talk about them, like you can go up to 12 of them if you really want to, and you can play Thought Monitor. You can easily draw your whole deck. The problem will be with colored mana because you have only 4 Spring Deep Drums to go for, and you have gray mana because you can play Frog Mites to create spawn tokens. So there's something there. The problem is that how this deck will work if you don't have Kozilek's Unsealing in play. And I feel that like casting a bunch of Mirror Forces, like having 2 Mirror Forces on turn 4 won't solve your problems. But yeah, again, maybe with Synthesizer, maybe again with Ugin's Labyrinth, you can just have 2 good 3 mana spells that can cast for 2 mana with either Spring Deep Drum Opening or Ugin's Labyrinth plus a blue card. So maybe there's something. The biggest challenge would be how to pack all these enabler card, high mana Mirror Enforcers effects, and some effects to make mirror forces for 0 mana, because that can be tricky. But the card is, in my opinion, solid and worth testing.
Yep. I basically think I have very similar takes as Sodek on this card. I think it has potential to be an extremely powerful card in the Affinity Shell. I do think that playing both this and Synthesizer gives you 8 free mana payoffs for you either draw a lot of cards or you make a bunch of power. Affinity is likely, in my opinion, the deck that has highest likelihood of being a good Yugin's Labyrinth deck because of all those enforcers.
And because of like casting free mana Kozilek and Sealing or Synthesizer on turn 2. Then you untap and have turn 3 with this extra 1 or 2 blue mana, which will
you also can play turn 1 Chalice of the Void, which always...
Yeah, but turn 1 Chalice of the Void with Spring Deep Drum, Ornithopter deck can be a problem, but...
Ornithopter doesn't have problem with
but
that.
Spring Deep Drum is super important, yeah.
It is,
okay.
but...
7?
7 makes sense.
7, let's go. 7 good.
Okay. Do we want to talk about this card?
No. Okay. Enchanted players post-combat main phase. There's an additional beginning phase. This phase. If you chose the card just to embarrass me out of like 80 people that are watching, that I read it and I still don't know what it's doing. The end step happens after the added untap upkeep. So you have another steps again?
Yes. So after your second main phase, you untap upkeep draw and then there's end step.
That's so stupid.
So you untap all your lands, you untap your creatures. So you get your mana again. It's a Wilderness Reclamation that also, like, you can't float mana. It doesn't stack the way that the Wilderness Reclamation does. Like, it stacks in a different way.
So it's a World's Reclamation, yeah?
Not really. It gives your creatures vigilance, it draws an extra card. I think it's a powerful effect. My problem is that it's a 6 mana enchantment. That's a lot of mana. I will give it a 4.5 just because I think there is a potential there. And I want to have it on record that I mentioned this card.
Okay, I will give it solid 1.5 for fun.
Okay, 1.5 from Sodek. All right, then we have Strix's Serenade. It's a card that I think Sodek thinks is unplayable. I think.
It's close to unplayable.
Okay, I think this card is good. I think there are many decks that don't care about the blue, the 2/2 body. And this
Show me one.
Blue-white control.
No, that's so not true, bro.
Your deck has so many sweepers.
Imagine that you are on the draw and opponent casts you Kavu. Will you counter it and give them a 2/2 bird? This 2/2 bird will deal you 6 damage easily.
And Kavu would have dealt 15 damage at the same time.
Yeah, you could also have better card instead of Strix Serenade and just answer.
You can counter Scion of Draco for 1 mana with it, which is something you couldn't do before. Also,
but like,
I'm not saying it's good against Zoo, but it also counters every payoff out of Amulet. Every single one. It counters creatures, it counters amulets, it counters Ring, it counters Defense Grid. And Kavu turns on Stubborn Denial, which is a good point. This basically is Swan Song that counters every relevant type in 2024 Magic.
Okay, I can agree that it can counter important things, but the drawback is huge.
I don't think it's huge in control decks.
It's extremely huge, and in my opinion, it will be. This card can be good in like combo controlish vibe when you can just finish the game really fast, and these 2-2 won't matter that much. But like in hard control decks, like I just don't see it. Like or for example in Merktide level decks,
I think in Merktide is even better. Because you don't care about the 2-2 that you can block or eat in combat with your Merktide or Channeler.
But you are wasting a turn because they champ, yeah?
But you are not losing a game because your opponent resolved Fable or resolved Shieldred.
So
This counters Grief, Fable, Shieldred. It counters everything. Like it actually counters all the important cards. It counters Ring. It counters Planeswalkers.
Okay, let's rate it. Okay, chat, you can also rate this card, help us, because we have strong disagreement. Maybe you can.
Oh, it doesn't counter Fable. Sorry, you're right, Ruleboren. It doesn't counter Fable.
Yet 1 out of 10. Let's go, chat. I will wait a second for your answers before.
Okay, I think it's a 7.5.
I think it's a 4 at best. Yeah.
Okay, I would give it 7 normally, but I would add 0.5 to anger Sodek a bit more.
So I will lower it 0.5, 3.5. Okay, maybe it should be 5. Maybe it should be 5, but 3.5 just to show it how much as I dislike giving the free 2-2 body to the opponent.
Yep. Okay.
So like if you counter your own imp in dredge and get a 2-2, and I put imp back to the graveyard, so maybe that's the play.
Okay.
Maybe that.
Next up, we have card that I think that might be pretty okay, which is Tamiyo meets the Story Circle. It's a saga for 2 mana. It does some stuff on the first and third chapter, but the chapter that I'm after is the second chapter, which is discard a number of cards and investigate twice for each card discarded this way. It's a cheap way, 2 mana, to make a lot of artifacts for like affinity. Like you play it on 2, and then on 3, if you discard 2 cards, you get 4 clues. So basically, with those 4 clues, you can play most of your enforcers probably.
Yeah, the problem is that like while I appreciate the effect and I feel it's quite good, the problem is both Tamiyo and Kozilek are enchantments, not artifacts. So Tamiyo alone won't be able to enable Mirror Enforcers for free.
It will, because it gives you so many artifacts.
Yes.
The fact that this says enchantment right here doesn't matter because of that. Like it matters, but it matters.
You need to discard cards to do so, yeah?
Sure, but you will redraw cards with.
Okay, you need 3 lands, 2 enchantments, so 5. You need to discard 3 more cards to make 6 things, and you still can't cast your enforcer, yeah? And you'll only keep like 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, but you are talking about.
That's the problem.
You are thinking about goldfish scenarios that are just perfect draws, and this is a card that works very well against disruption, in my opinion, because it just creates a lot of bodies. It's also a very slow card advantage if you need that in those like scrappy games.
Yeah, anemic card advantage is exactly what Affinity needs.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have those scrappy games. Like people will.
Yeah, sometimes yes, of course.
But it's a way to turbocharge your draws by making a lot of artifacts, or a way to play those scrappy games. I think it's a card that can see play in Affinity. I'm not saying it 100% will, but I think it's an interesting addition to a deck, and it's worth trying it out. That's my opinion.
Yeah, sure, we can try it out, but I feel that the Ugin's Labyrinth plus multiple 3 mana payoffs will be a better way to do so. Like it's hard to evaluate it. You probably just have to play it out and see in action. I also feel the card is good, but I'm a bit more skeptical.
I think it's a 5.
4.5. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I think also I don't think it's a card you will play in 4 copies. It's like a card that you will play like 1 or 2 or something.
2, yeah, 2 is okay.
Okay, then we have. I guess we have the prowess 1-drop that it's like we can mention it because it's the first 1 mana or second, I guess, because we also had Szymon Wydra. So this is like a 1 mana 1/1 with prowess, a 1/1 blue creature with prowess. It also has Bestow, which I think is a fair gain. It's better than the Adventure on Elusive Otter. It can open non-red blue-based prowess decks. I don't think this card is very good. I just wanted to mention it because
Okay, solid 2 out of 10. Let's go.
Because I think there might be something in there. Okay, then we have Tune the Narrative, which is 1 mana, draw a card, you get 2 energy, which I think is a definition of a role player if energy becomes like something you want to do.
Yeah, I also spent some time with, like I will spoil some things, with Storm, using the new wheel. And this in the narrative was draw a card and then draw 2 additional ones in later stages of the game.
With the wheel.
With the wheel. So just with that, it's like an ancestral that's put in like into like you just don't draw cards immediately, but later. So I feel the floor is quite high just because of it. The question is how the other energy cards will look like. We saw some good white cards with Wrath of the Skies or like
Static
or
Prism.
like this Static Prism. So maybe just like if you have to count how much the 2 energy costs in terms of value, how like if you could compare it to draw a card or not. If we can compare it to
I don't think you can. It's basically
2 energy to draw a card. In Storm you can compare it to draw 2. Yeah.
You can, but it's not really draw 2. It's sometimes draw 2, and later draw 2. It's not. It doesn't draw 3 cards. Like it might contribute into drawing more cards later, but it's not. I think this is basically a 2024 version of a Tune of Ether. This is the thing that will make all those energy things work if energy
if they become
turns out to be good. So
I will give it a 6.5 out of 10.
I think it's a 7. I think
it's also funny.
I think I believe in energy in general, like small energy sub themes in many decks. So I think this is what will make it work.
Yeah, I believe it in Storm. I feel that this can help with wheeling.
Okay. Then we have Ugin's Binding, which is a card similar to Kozilek's Return, I guess, because it does something and then it does the same thing but more when you play something big. So it returns a non-permanent you don't control to its owner's hand, and then if you cast a colorless spell with mana value 7 or greater, you may exile it from your graveyard and then return each non-permanent you don't control to its owner's hand. So this card will cost $1 billion because of EDH for sure, because it's like Cyclonic Rift that doesn't cost you mana in the right deck. But in formats that we actually do care about, I think that this card has a fairly high, not floor, but ceiling. It is a card that is like a split card of bounce spell against hate and just Wrath of God, like sort of Wrath of God. Like you can bounce Stone of Silence with it, but also you can bounce your opponent's board. Like I imagine this card being an extremely important part of Affinity Mirror, for example. So it also works with Eldrazi. It works in such powerful decks as Mono Blue Tron.
If you add enough colorless.
Yes, as Marcinek is saying in chat.
I feel that the raw power of the card, like when if you add it to the deck that can cheat a 7 mana spell earlier into play and somehow put Ugins to the graveyard, either with the hardcast, although the hardcast is quite poor compared to the rest of the effect, it's probably worth the effort, I would say 6. Like I can see it being solid. Yeah.
I think I will give it a 7. I think it just it can go to many different decks. Like it can work with both Affinity and with Eldrazi and stuff like that. So I think 7 is a great. Kiedy dodatek wbija na mongowskie salony? W przyszły wtorek. So I think so. I think this set will be legal on Modo next Tuesday. So
No.
next Tuesday. I don't mean the most soon-ish Tuesday. So 4th of July of June. I think it will be 11th.
The
June
11th,
11th.
like the MTGO creators have a pass. Yeah, I heard about it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
the
feel
details.
that like we'll see it later.
Okay.
But like it will be a super interesting 1.5 week.
Okay.
To play.
Volatile Storm Drake is another energy card and also play on Gilded Drake. I don't really know why we have hexproof from activated and trigger abilities. If you have 2 of those, they won't loop indefinitely if you don't put it on, because you don't generate more energy aside from it bees. Like, sure, Teferi, like it works against Teferi, it works against Solitude, it works against stuff, but why is it here? Like, why do you have the hexproof from activated and triggered abilities on this particular card rather than any other card? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. With that being said, I think it's a solid card. I can see this being like a way to steal a Tarmogoyf if you're playing a deck that can't kill Tarmogoyf. Like, throughout the history, there were many blue-based decks that can't kill Tarmogoyf because the removal sucks against a big 2-mana thingy. Okay, I get that with Teferi. So you swap, then you bounce your old Drake, and then okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I do think that this card has some sort of potential. It also works with energy, so I don't know. I think it's a 5.
It's a 5. Also, like, it's a solid effect. Yeah, 5 is a fine grade. Like, I can see people playing it, but I can imagine a situation when playing this would be much better than playing just a regular removal spells. Yeah, so.
Okay, then we have Cthonian Nightmare, which is a play on Recurring Nightmare, of course. Yep. Enter the battlefield, you gain 3 energy, and then pay X energy, sacrifice a creature, bounce Cthonian Nightmare to your hand, and you return a creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So, I think just like a Recurring Nightmare was mostly used to bring back like value creatures in like mid-range sort of shells. It will be mostly used to like sacrifice your tokens from Bowmasters, bring back your grief, something like that. And then you can like scale it higher to return more expensive things, because every time you play it, you gain free energy. So you play it, you have free energy, you sacrifice Bowmasters or Bowmaster tokens to get another Bowmaster from your graveyard. You have 1 energy left, you play it again, you have 4 energy, now you can get grief again.
Yeah, it looks like a good value engine. The question is are the value engines in current modern as important as they were earlier? But I feel the answer is yes. They are.
I think so. Yes.
They're still good enough to do thing, especially when you are like returning creatures that are interacting with the opponent and like not only drawing cue cards but also cuts the opponent's resources. So cards like Bowmaster, like Grief, like you mentioned,
it can also
like,
get back greased.
There are like multiple other ways that can go crazy with the card. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of it. I would say it's 8.
You think it's 8?
Yeah.
I think it's 7. I don't think
it
it's
will be
that
quite,
great.
Quite powerful.
I think it's good, but I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, I can see it like multiple creature decks can just play it for value. Like I can see it in Yavmot, I can see it in like mono black Nether Goyf decks. I can see it in like Scamish things with
Yeah,
Void
for what it's
Walker.
worth, I think there is a high chance that Scam will be mono black after this set.
Yeah, that's
You are
a
losing
card
Fable,
loss.
but
You're gaining much better mana, better creatures.
okay. Then you have Consuming Corruption that I don't really want to talk that much about. It's just a card that I think will see play in coffers over, maybe not over March, but like maybe not all copies over March, but it's more efficient card than March.
What's important in this card? It goes with mono black, and it will work nicely with the one enchantment that's legendary. That's also in this set. We'll get to this later. We'll come back to this card later on.
Okay, then we have Crabomination emerge from Artifact.
So much.
So this is basically with Enforcers or any other like those big cards. You pay 2 mana for it and you get a 5/5, and they exile a bunch of cards from their hand, top of their library and graveyard. You can play a spell from those cards without paying its mana cost, so you effectively draw a card and you play it for free. You discard a card from their hand at random. You get a 5/5 for 2 mana, which seems like a pretty good deal.
But you sacrifice a 4/4 to get a 5/5.
You do sacrifice a 4/4.
I'm not that high. Like I don't see where it can play, so I will give it 4 and move on.
I think it's also a card that you can sacrifice 1 ring to it, as Baker mentioned. Maybe it's a way to like reset your ring. Maybe it's a card you play like in coffers. I don't think it's and you just play this and you get a value off of it.
Okay, you don't have to immerse it, right?
Yeah, you can just play it for 6. Yeah, you can just play it for 6 mana.
Top card of a library, the card random from graveyard. It's after all you get free cards, from it.
Yes.
It's a good value card after all. Okay, so maybe 5. 5 is a
5 seems okay.
Yeah, but that's after all it's a 6 drop that can sometimes be cheated.
Okay. Then we have Creation of Avacyn.
That's a cool card. Yeah, the Reanimator got some like few cool cards to work with.
Okay.
So, Siege Library for a card, exile face down.
What do you think about this card, Sodek?
It's a lot of work, and to do so, and there's a decent chance that you'll die before it will actually work. But on the other hand, it's a 3 mana Griselbrand if you wait long enough, or 3 mana Traxa. You can return legends. Yeah, you can. So
and it dodges the graveyard. It doesn't work. It doesn't require.
Yeah, that's a super cool super cool part of it, and also it's like a 1-card combo. You don't need to do anything else. Yeah.
Yep.
Like I can see like losing 8 life to to return something attached to the saga that costs 3 mana and needs to stay on the battlefield for 2 turns. Can be a problem, but for example, if I'm playing Goryo and everyone are packing Graveyard Hate, I can just play Creation of Avacyn after sideboard.
Yeah, I think it's a good sideboard juke for like reanimation decks.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here is that everything is attached to just 1 card, and of course the drawback of losing life is.
Yeah, you can proliferate Saga. That's a good point from Vadro, that you can just proliferate Saga to make it go faster.
OMG, that's actually cool. But I don't know if there are like any other great effects to proliferate.
Maybe you can play it as a juke in creativity as well.
Yeah,
especially like Persist creativity decks that like black.
Yeah, I like it because like Archon will give your life back immediately. Yeah, the card is really solid in my opinion. I would give it 7 in my opinion.
Also, what you can do is like you can in creativity specifically, you can just search for creativity if that's what you're missing, and you don't lose any life, and you just play this, and then on 5 you get creativity and put it to your hand, and just cast it.
What? Okay, that's even better. Okay, 7 is really good, really solid.
Okay, I think 7 is okay. I think this is a card that we'll see. That's a role player that also works against like different hate cards and. Yep. Okay, then we have. Is this card good? Emperor of Bones.
I tried to read it and it was hard.
Okay,
let's
so
read
at the
together.
beginning of the combat of your turn, you exile one to up target card, and then you adapt when you put counters on it. You can, yeah, it's like it does like Goryo's Vengeance E stuff because it has
Yeah,
finale
but
counter as well.
you know what's great with this card? Which one works beautifully?
What?
Cauldron.
Cauldron, okay, yeah, that's true.
So you can just exile something, put a counter with Cauldron, reanimate immediately. That's scary in my opinion. And maybe some types of mono black Stitcher Supplier victimized decks with Cauldron and this one may
Okay.
work.
I think it's a 6. I think it has. I don't know where it goes, but I think it goes somewhere.
Yeah, 6.5 for me. I like this reanimation package. I don't know. I know that you don't like this word, but there are multiple reanimator cards that are looking quite poor by their own, but they should combine into something more powerful.
Do you have any opinions on this card?
Okay. Come back on a creature with flying, a tapped 4. Like it looks like a Pteramander, to be honest.
It is it even has Teramander in the name.
Oh, that's why. I haven't seen the name. I was like Ethereum something.
Your
okay,
ability to read is and comprehend
Salamander
text
Drake.
is
Okay, like Teramander vibes. Okay, so at least like the designers did the job well, yeah, because without reading the name,
I don't think it's like what's nice is that it's a 1-mana card that can get you to your higher artifact count for affinity, but also it's a payoff after you achieve this affinity because it's like
yeah, you know what? It reminds me also of Vault Sketch from Old Affinity, but you need to pay black mana instead of gray, which is shitty.
It only reminds you of Volsketch because the artwork is similar and it's a 1/1 when flying. It's not a Volsketch at all. It's a completely different type of card, I think. I think it's more of a...
It's an artifact as well.
I think it's like... It's a... it's like an enforcer, but you can play it before and help casting your other enforcers.
I saw red-black affinity lists with this and with new cranial plating, although like probably the old one will be better, and this like demon red-black. So
yeah, I know which one. Yeah.
Yeah.
For what
let's give it 4.
I don't think it will be good in. I don't think it will be that good in the like the best affinity decks, which I think will be mono blue, but this is a card that that maybe we'll see some play. I just wanted to mention it because it's
4.
Also...
4 is role player in bad decks, perfectly fine. Yeah.
4 seems okay. Okay, then we have Flare of Malice.
Okay, let's read
so
together.
Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. I think it's... What I like about Black Flare is that black is a color that has highest potential to just get a free body because of all the Stitcher Suppliers and Grave Crawlers and Black Ghasts of the world. This is the card that's easiest to cast for free.
Yeah.
You can also work with Grief. You just evoke Grief, get a Thoughtseize, and then sacrifice it before it goes into graveyard.
Goes crazy. Like I think the most annoying part is that it's an instant. So imagine like you are trying to kill something, and opponent say, okay, so you also sacrifice stuff because I
Yes.
sacrifice the thing that you target, yeah. So that's scary. I feel it will see play. Like I don't know if
Yes.
it will be a 4-off index, but like a solid 7. It will see a lot of play in black decks, like grief style effects, yeah.
I think I'm a bit lower. I will give it a 6.5. But
Okay, but if you play grief and in response to evoke you play malice and then sacrifice it to this, you'll both get grief and cast flare, yeah.
you mean if you use not dead after all, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's broken. in my opinion. Have next level blue. Nie będę grał z tą w tibie, nie mogę.
Okay.
Z robotą.
Then we have Gravedigg that I just want to mention that it's one of my favorite designs in the set. It just makes a Gravedigger, and it's not a modern power level card by any means, but it's very, very sweet. And I just want
that's cool.
to give shout
in
out
this set.
to people designing this card. It's a slam dunk design for Magic, for flavor, for everything. Okay.
Nethergoyf? Oh no, Necrodominus, yeah.
This is like
Fabricate 1.
I don't know if we before had this type of effect that triggers on both enchantment artifacts and creatures. Yeah, it's just a card that sometimes might be used in some loops to kill your opponent. It's like the bad card you play in your combo deck that goes infinite to kill your opponent.
Yeah, also each opponent loses 1 life, plays around 1 ring, so
Yeah,
so that's a cool thing.
Maybe in some deck. Okay. Then
one of the biggest ones and the biggest mysteries, in my opinion.
Nethergoyf.
No, what you're doing?
I'm trolling you. Okay.
That was good.
Okay, so Necrodominance, obviously a play on Necropotence. So triple black, skip your draw steps. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay any amount of life, and if you do, you draw that many cards. Your maximum head size is 5, and if a card or token will be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. So I have never played with Necropotence myself.
I saw the old recordings of World Championships, and it was...
I saw that as well. I also saw people playing it in Timeless. And Nasif was playing like the mono black Necropotence deck in Timeless.
How was it?
And I think it was like okay-ish. But also in that format, you could have played Dark Ritual, and you could have played like red black Lurus Underworld Breach deck. That was very good. I think this card, like, of course, hello Gab, how you doing?
Yellow Hat Arrive emote, super cool actually.
Okay, so I do think that this card has the highest delta in what it could turn out to be. Like, it can be easily the best card in the set, and it can just as easily be unplayable. Like, I just don't know. This card, as Sodek mentioned, I do have trouble just gauging how much this card.
I see, like everyone can see the raw power of the card. The question is how this raw power of the card can find the place in the metagame. Because if you think about something that's very black, you need to be a very black deck. You need to have something to actually draw into. So like obviously like decks nowadays are like filled with good cards, so it shouldn't be a problem. You can't work with the graveyard because this card or token will be put in the graveyard. Instead, it's problematic then. And it would be quite nice to have some form of the live gain attached to it, to the deck, to let you keep drawing cards, because there's a chance that you'll draw some cards, and then if you don't find anything you want, you'll just live, or the opponent will answer it, and you'll just end the game. Yeah. So we were mentioned this this card for 2 mana that was giving life to the opponent. How was it called? Consuming Corruption.
Yes.
That's also shouldered, but you are drawing cards, so shouldered gives you life. Maybe it's a good shouldered pairing.
It looks like a good
maybe.
Shieldred playing, of course.
Sorry.
I think obviously it looks good with Shieldred.
Yeah, but like in terms of like you spend a lot of mana to activate this engine, yeah. And if the opponent has an answer, that can be a problem. Overall, the card looks extremely powerful, and it's hard for me to imagine because I'm more specialized in proactive like combo decks, not in reactive ones. And OMG, maybe what do you think in just this mono black Nethergo with Bowmaster Shell playing there? Just as a like way to play it as a last thing you play, and then you draw 5 cards out of nowhere, play them.
Yeah, this
play
seems
another,
like a card that's unbeatable in Scam Mirror, for example. You just draw up to 5 in every draw step, and if you have like Shieldred, you gain life. And I don't think it's that hard to set it up with Shieldred. You just play this on 3, and then you play Shieldred on 4. Sure, sometimes they will kill it, but maybe they will tab out and do something on their turn.
Exciting your graveyard with Nethergoyf doesn't seem good. You play Nethergoyf earlier.
I think that Nethergoyf...
You have cards.
Yep. Exactly.
And if it's a 3/4 for 1 mana, that's already good enough.
I don't think you care that much about not being able to scam anymore with this down once you draw so many cards per turn.
Yeah,
you just
and like or it won't grow higher if you can just draw heart removal, discard, and creatures to cast. I would say it's an 8. It's a 9 in my opinion.
Okay, I think it's our first 9.
Yeah, I can see it being in a in discussion. Like in a half year from now, people may want to talk about it. Like they were talking about the One Ring. The fact is that you can draw a few cards at your end step before the opponent casts Pick Your Poison. It's also good. Yep. Yeah, that's a 9. That's a 9. Good with Flare.
How do you mean if it's good with Flare? That's because Flare is a free card, right? A free spell. That makes sense.
Yeah, I like it too.
Okay. Yeah, I think I don't think it's a 9. Like, it might be a 9, but I think because of it being so wonky, I think I will give it an 8. Because I have my doubts. Okay, then next up we have Nethergoyf. Which I think that I don't think Escape on Nethergoyf is a flavor text, but it's much more of a flavor text than Dash was on Ragavan. I don't think this card will be escaped all that often.
Are you insane, Jendrek? For real?
Have you read this card? Have you read this escape cost?
Okay, let's cast read it together. So for 1 mana you get on average 3, 4, 4, 5.
I'm not saying this card is not good. I think it's very good, but I don't think you will escape it very often.
Exactly, any number of other cards from your graveyard with 4 or more card types among them. So you need to exile Delirium, yeah?
Yes. That's a very tall order, I think.
So you need to exile 4 cards max. Yes? 4 cards.
Well, you can exile less than 4 if they have multiple types.
Yeah, 4 cards max. Sometimes you'll exile 3 cards. If you play Misha's Bubble and Fetch Land, you already have 2 cards for free. So you need to add 1 creature and 1 removal or discard, and all of a sudden you have Nethergoyf for 3 mana out of graveyard.
Yeah, but it also will shrink your Nethergoyf considerably often. Because all those weirder types, you won't have that many copies of those cards. You will have probably only 4 artifacts in your deck, maybe a bit more, but if you play it with Urza's Saga, you will probably only have 4 enchantments. I'm not saying...
But you don't need to... You don't need to return it immediately.
I'm not saying you won't ever escape it. I'm saying this escape is worse than it looks. It's still a good ability to have.
Okay, chat. I think Jendrek is drunk. That's the only.
I think in practice it will be escaped a lot less often than you think it would be, and it will be less like it often will be escaping as a 2-3 or whatever, and 2-3 vanilla is not that great. And I think we already it will win so many Grandy games. That's true. And I said specifically it's not a flavor text.
You are like defending the idea that this is a flavor text.
No, I've said it's not a flavor text at the start of this. I think it's less important than Dash on Ragavan. That's what I said. And I will stand by it.
Like, bro, like, imagine playing a Black Scam Mirror with Nethergoyf. Like, the one who will have the Nethergoyf compared to the one who doesn't will just win, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Sodek, once again, you're missing my point. I'm mostly laughing at you for saying that Dash was Ragavan. Dash was flavor text on Ragavan.
I still strongly believe.
Once again, for those of you who don't know, because we already mentioned it early in the stream, when we spoiled Modern Horizons 2, when we reviewed it, Sodek said, and I quote, "Dash is a flavor text on Ragavan." And it's been a running joke in Polish Magic community for 3 years now. So with this Nethergoyf and by saying all of this shit, which is, as Gab already pointed out, it's splitting hairs, I just want to make fun of Sodek for saying that Dash is a flavor text on Ragavan. I do think that Nethergoyf is a good card. I think you will escape it a good amount.
Okay, Esguilo 1-1. Is this a Sodek MTG bullying stream? Yes.
Every stream with Sodek and myself on it is a Sodek bullying stream.
Yeah, and the other question is who bullies me more, Jendrek or myself? That's so you know. I said iteration was a sorcery speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody misses sometimes. Everybody.
Fun fact. When we were talking about the set with Lurus, what was that?
Ikoria. I said that Neutralize is the third best card from this set.
Yeah, and I said that Song of Creation is better than Lurus.
Yes, that I think is an all-timer. Sodek saying that Song of Creation is the best card from Ikoria and Lurus is the second one. We were doing the podcast with our friend Alan, and we just both of us had Lurus as slam dunk number 1, and Sodek was like, "No, I think that Song of Creation is better card than Lurus." So yeah,
I was wrong.
Yeah, going back to Nethergoyf, I do think this card is of course very strong, and I do think that is Sodek just canister in disguise? Well, back in the day, there is our friend Hawaii from Warsaw, and basically what we used to say, at least in Poznań, is that Hawaii is the Warsaw version of me, and Sodek is the Warsaw version of Canister, but Sodek is also like a budget version of Canister. A canister from canister from AliExpress, basically. But yeah, I think that with Nethergoyf, you might like there are already people playing like Mono Black Scam, and then you can play Erzas Saga in that deck. And I know Fable is a very powerful card, but I think with so many cards you get from this set to play it in like a mono black deck, I do think that there is a good chance that Scam will, like the mono black Scam will become more popular than it is now.
Or you know what? I feel that like people will just move away from red. I can see Scam going into other colors, not only being mono black.
Just being like black green or whatever, or blue black
or blue
white
black, for example. Yeah. Like anything else but red, because Nethergoyf, if you go Misha's Bubble Fetch, will already block Ragavan. Like
I think that Ragavan is not important anymore. Like I do think that the most important red card in Scam is Fable, not Ragavan, and I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, like Sokos already plays.
Yeah, Sokos is not playing Ragavan, I think.
And I feel that Ragavan in the format will be less and less impressive, yeah?
Yep.
Like
also,
we see this set, like so many cards just shit on Ragavan so hard that I just don't see it being...
Nothing saying that we should bring real Canister to the stream. Canister is on holiday, and he's returning to Poznań today, so... it's not really.
Sodek and Inky.
Yeah, it's not really possible for him to join us. Okay, next up. Okay, a grade.
The rate, yeah?
We need a grade. I think it's a 9.
8.5.
I think it's a 9.
Okay, 8.5.
Okay. I think it will be a format staple.
Yeah, that's for
I'm
sure.
gonna.
Like it won't be considered broken by any means. It will be a great card
Okay.
in multi.
I hope the next card that we have something to say about is a card that you will mostly talk about, but because I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Do you want to spill garbage about this card because it says graveyard on it, or do you not like this card?
I can talk about it, sure. But
Okay, I'll
missed
find something more interesting for you then.
You missed the refurbished familiar, which is playable. Zombie rat.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So the deck now has free reign for some time.
Okay, but
I also have to go and check my mail if I get my Picklock Prankster so I can play my RCQ tomorrow.
Okay.
So gonna be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay, chat. Let's be. Okay, let's focus fully on this super important card, Refurbish Familiar, 4 mana, but for real it's for 1 mana because it has affinity for artifacts. 2-1 with flying, which is a good rate, although kinda poor against Bowmasters, but we can't have everything. At the ETB, when enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. If they can't, you draw a card. So it's as close to Ancestral as you can think about. Okay, maybe not. But it's an attached value to the card. It's also another creature that can go to this red-black affinity I mentioned earlier. And especially in Pauper with Glinkhawk, you can just keep bouncing, etc. But we are mostly talking about modern. So overall, I can see people trying this red-black affinity and try to go instead of like mirror enforcers and free mana enchantments. They will go for like small creatures and try to attack from this position. Yeah, I would rate it like 4.5, just to mention that it exists. Yeah, okay. If this card is playable, you will never insult Edgar ever again. But Edgar, you mean Edgar from Brawl Stars, not Edgar Magalhães, right? Right, Ardos? Okay, House 56. Did we talk about green yet? No, we didn't. And after black, we'll talk about red. Then we'll talk about green. Okay, and then we'll talk about multicolors and lands and etc. That's a lot. Like we are already talking for 2.5 hours, and we did black, blue, white, and colorless, which is okay. That's good timing, to be honest. Okay, chat. We have some time all by ourselves. Okay, we have two more black cards to talk about, to be honest. You're never getting out of here at this rate. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it can last like a lot of time. Yep. Okay, chat. Do you have any? What's the rating on Kappa? On Kappa Cannoneer? Did we miss Kappa Cannoneer? No. Nie wiem, czy tu są jeszcze później karty ukryte jakieś. Okay. OMG, there's all other cards. Okay, we'll never get out of this. We wasn't like we are going through Scryfall, so we didn't miss any, but there are like the cards that were
I haven't.
reprinted.
Okay, so
Okay,
chat can't read or can't comprehend or whatever. Every card that's new to modern reprint is on a separate sheet at the end of the set, and we are going through number 1 in the set to number whatever is the last number, and all the 42, I believe, reprinted cards from other expansions will be at the very end of the set. Also, the same goes for double-faced cards, and I think that's it. So we haven't missed anything. We are going from number 1 to number whatever is the last number.
Okay, and so far we are at if you want to end it on 8 hours, we should probably speed up a bit.
Yes.
Okay, Ripples of the of Undead. Super fast. People were talking about it in Dredge or like graveyard strategies. For me, it's more like a Sylvan library card. You can just pay life to get extra card. The problem is that like it can be good in mid-late games, and you can fill it with graveyard, which is kind of cool. But overall, I feel that the card is kind of underpowered compared to other things you can do in the format, and you can't infinitely pay life to draw stuff. So I'm not the biggest fan of it. I would say that like 4 out of 10. It will like people will try, and that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so this card goes infinite with Gravecrawler.
Yes.
Because it's a zombie, and if you have Blood Artist or Zulaport Cutthroat, it's just a kill.
So it's
also a kill
cool
with Goblin Bombardment if you have more life than your opponent.
Yes, and overall, like this Gravecrawler aspect of Modern Horizons 3 is kind of high because there are also Phyrexian Tower. There's also like Victimize cards that rely on this like small creatures to be on the battlefield or like to be able to loop. So I feel that the card will see some fringe play. I don't know if it will be good enough to actually impact Modern.
Sodek, we need a number from you.
Okay, 5.
That's what I given it as well. Okay, going into red cards, there is Ether Revolt, which I don't think will be very good. It's like it's amplifies damage, which is not a very good ability, and then if you get 1 or more energy, you deal damage. It's like a bad card as a payoff for your infinite combo, or just a bad card in general. I don't think we need to talk about it. And unless
2 out of 10, move on.
Okay. Then we have Amped Raptor, which on the other hand is, I think, a very good card that provides energy.
Mentioning at least, yeah.
So, Amped Raptor is a card that many people have been misreading, I think, because people have been, you can just cascade into Crushing Footfalls. Well, it stops in the first non-land you flip, not on the non-land with you can cast. So if you play this, you get 2 energy, and if your first card from the top of your deck is a 5-drop, you just can't play it and you exile it.
So as a result, you need to make really huge restrictions to your deck building.
It's basically like a card for decks like Prowess. You need your cards to be cheap, and you need your cards to not be situational. So it's not good with counter magic. It's not good with some of the removal spells. It's just a card that will draw you and play you an additional card from your deck as long as your deck is built in a way that supports it. That being said, I think it's strong because it both replaces itself in mana and in cards. And because of that, I think it will see, at least initially, I think it will see a very large amount of play. And I think if it doesn't see play later on, it's because decks that are playing it are not good, not because this card is not good. So, in my opinion, it's a 7.5, let's say.
7.5. I want to say it's 6, but 6.5 will be my rate, mostly because you gave it so high. Yeah? Like, card is good, the deck building restrictions aren't, and I'm a bit worried about it.
Okay. Spike has it in S tier. I don't think it's like that good.
It's Odklejka moment.
Spike also said that this set is better than Modern Horizons 2, which I have hard
Which is
time
also
believing.
an Odklejka moment, yeah.
Okay. Then we have We have Ashling doesn't do much. I don't think it's a modern card. Detectives Phoenix, which I think has a fairly good rate on it, which I wanted to mention. So it has two extremely popular mechanic in bestow and collected evidence work into one card. So I do think there is a chance for this card to see play in decks that either discard your cards from your own hand the way Hollow One does, because then you get stuff like Hollow One into your graveyard. It also works well with land cyclers, like mostly Lorien, because you can just exile it from your graveyard and then recarry it from your graveyard. Like, it's a good rate. It's also, I think, something you can see in like a prowess type of decks. It's like it doesn't work that well with Underworld Breach, because Underworld Breach wants you to have stacked graveyard. But it's just a card I wanted to mention because I think it's pretty okay on rate, and I can see it being like a fringe card in decks that want this type of effect. And that's it.
Fringe is a good place to be. Like,
yeah, I think it's. I think four is very
4 out
fair.
of 10. Okay, the real upside of the Raptor is that you can get stupid 4 drops on turn 2. The problem is that if you want to do so, you need to add other bad cards to the deck and be lucky enough to flip 4 drops. And if you don't have these early energy cards earlier, then you flip the 4 drop and you just can't cast it, and that would be a disaster.
Okay, then we have Eldrazi Linebreaker, which is, I think, one of the best mid-range Eldrazi's from this set.
Yeah, again, if you think about it not as a 3-drop but as a 2-drop, this looks kind of cool. It's a 3/3 that can grow into 6/7/3, gives you haste, and that's
it's just a 4/3 trample haste on its own.
Yeah, for 2 mana.
And it costs effectively 2 mana, let's say. 2.5 mana, whatever.
So that's a good floor, yeah. And the thing is that you also can have like stuff like other like earlier drops. This
and then you haste other things. It's basically like Reckless Stormseeker is a card that sees play in, admittedly, or not doesn't anymore because that deck is not good anymore, but in an admittedly garbage deck that's red-green vehicles in Pioneer. And this is like
much better.
A much better effect than.
Yeah, I would rate it 6 mostly because if Eldrazi sees play, this would be auto-include, my opinion.
6 is fair. 6 is fair. Because it will never see play outside of like this aggressively slanted Eldrazi decks, but if it does, if those decks are good, this card is good in that deck. Okay. Then we have Flare of Duplication, which is probably the one flare do we want to talk about Red Flare?
We can actually, like, it's
by far the worst flare. Let's start with that.
You can copy opponent's instants and sorceries, so it can be quite good. So similarly, if opponent targets your red creature, you can just copy the removal and play it again, but it's a bit too situational to be quite good. Maybe like some fringe play or like fringe sideboard strategy in certain metagames can be a good thing, but like 4 out of 10 is the best.
I think it's worse than that. I think it's like a 3. My problem with this card is that you very rarely have double living, and it's pretty good, I guess.
Actually it is. Yeah? Actually, it's a good counter to living hand. Okay, please don't play it.
I think it's like you can basically copying Boros Charm is the ceiling of those cards in most cases, but it's not a very good ceiling to have on your card, I think. And most red decks are like play a lot of small spells in one turn, not play big spells. Like, it's not a card you want to play in prowess because what do you want to copy? Bolt? Do you want to need you to sacrifice your creature? I don't think this card is very good.
Yeah, like it more often copy your opponent's spells than yours, in my opinion.
Okay, then we have Frogmere Enforcer, which is just another Enforcer with a minuscule upside of Prototype.
I feel it's actually a big upside because if then you can like the biggest cringe moment with Mirror Enforcer is that you have these 7 drops, but the opponent played 2 removal spells and you can't cast it ever, and then you die with a bunch of 7 drops in hand. This solves this problem while being acceptable in later stages of the game, especially with the Kozilek's something this 3 mana enchantment.
Unsealing. Yeah, I think that I said it's minuscule because I don't think that Affinity will be a very red-ish deck. If you can reliably produce red mana, then the upside of Prototype becomes much more relevant.
Yeah, I think that the fact that if you need to produce blue mana because of your enchantments, you also will be able to produce red, because the difference between basic Island and Steamvent's Pipelife Canal is marginal.
Okay.
And you have Spring Deep Drum, so adding the second color will be kind of
that's
free.
fair.
And is Frogmere Enforcer good enough to be splashed as like this second color, as compared to, for example, black? I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, I think it's a 5.
Yeah, 5 is a solid.
I think it's mostly a 5 because we already have 2 different Mirror Enforcers. If that was like the first or the second Mirror Enforcer, then I would give it a higher grade, but the difference between them is small. Okay, then we have...
Yeah, like if we can go like I said earlier, I was goldfishing a bit with this combo affinities, and like having enough enforcers early was kind of crucial. So yeah, 5 is a solid answer.
Okay, then we have Galvanic Discharge, which I think is... I think it's an 8. I think this card is on a comparable level to Unholy Heat.
Why?
Because it does very similar thing to Unholy Heat.
But you can't kill it. Like for me, the biggest okay. How if you're playing Unholy Heat, how often you don't have Delirium?
Early in the game, reasonably often.
Yeah, and so early in the game, this will be a lightning bolt with the upside of being a slightly better bolt in the mid-late game, yeah? Because you can give more energy. So...
But imagine that you play this card and you kill a 1-drop that has 1 or 2 toughness.
Okay.
So you play this card, you kill a 1-drop with, let's say, 2 toughness. You have 1 energy left. Then your next one can kill a 4 toughness creature, which is already pretty good. And then if you add other cards that... It doesn't hit players. If it hits players, it would be insane, of course. But then you have other cards that create energy. You have the Raptor. You can enable Raptor with this. Yeah? Like your opponent plays an X1 on 1. You can play this, have 2 energy, play Raptor on 2, cascade into a 4-drop. You can play the Cantrip and kill something that has 5 toughness. You can use it with the Wrath or with the enchantment. It's just a card that quite often will do more than just deal 3 damage. I think this card is comparable to Unholy Heat.
Okay, that's a solid rate. Like, I'm not as big believer, mostly because other energy cards aren't as good. Like we are talking about this 1 mana draw a card, gain 2 energy. To make Galvanic Discharge good, you need to play other energy cards which aren't as good. So I can see it being not great. What about Marvel? Like, there are better ways.
I don't think Marvel is good.
To spend like 4 mana 6 energy than Marvel.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe it can be.
What's your rating, Sodek?
Let's give it 7.
Okay.
I wanted to say 6 earlier, but you convinced me that it's better than I think it is.
Okay. Next up we have... I don't think Ghostfire Slice is good, so we're not going to talk about it.
I feel Ghostfire Slice is just like... it looks like it was designed when Omnat was around, and
That makes
like
sense.
as a
Okay.
way to answer Omnat. Now I don't feel it's that good.
Glimpse the Impossible, which is a card
Ah.
with I do like this artwork a good amount.
It's interesting.
And I think this card is fairly strong.
Yes, I was goldfishing Storm yesterday with Rabbi Medallion and other like things that can make it cheaper. If you can cast Glimpse for the Impossible for 2 or 1 mana, all of a sudden it's quite potent. And like getting this Eldrazi makes it better if you can't cast it.
Or we had like free
Uh,
lands or something like
yeah,
that.
or if then you have this extra value norm from this. Yeah, the card is really good, and I feel people will underestimate how good it is, and the more we play with this card, the better it will become. I would say it's a 6.5 out of 10.
I think it's a day 6. It's a solid. I think it will be a solid role player in certain decks.
Yeah, I just feel that it can help like Storm decks to come back, because it's like once you have your engine open, it's draw 3 cards from 1 red mana. Red mana is super important because you don't need to spend blue
Okay.
for cantrips.
Just wanted to say that this joke isn't funny anymore. Just putting stapling 3 creatures together. I don't think it was fun at the beginning, but with Llanowar Elves, it worked a bit better, I guess. I think Healer's Hawk Healer's Flock was by far the worst one, but it also signifies we'll have 5 Modern Horizon sets. So
Okay.
because you need to make a green and or blue and black one as well. Okay. This card has Convoke on it, which is a cost reducing mechanic, which is it's cool with Cauldron. Okay, yeah. Mog Mob is good with Cauldron or cool with Cauldron. I can
But
see
you will
that.
never ever play this card in
Yes.
constructed.
Non-creature spells you cast from exile have Convoke, and then you may discard a card at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. If you do, you exile top 2 cards, play one of them this turn. 1/4 is a pretty potent stat line. Just a good body to block.
What do you think about this Convoke line? Casting from exile. I feel this can be a flavor text of the set.
Convoke spells you cast from exile. Non-creature spells you cast from exile have Convoke. I think if this card is good, it's mostly because you use it with like the impulse effects, the like reckless impulse and resolve kind of card. That you'll just like exile or like with the card we just mentioned, the Glimpse the Impossible. So
Okay, what do you think about playing this in like Merc type shells when you just late game discard a land, then find something good from the top? Is it too situational? I think so.
I think it's too situational.
I heard that Piegonti compared this to Ledger Shredder, and I don't feel it's not
Okay.
even close to.
It's his prerogative to do that. I don't think it's Ledger Shredder
Yeah,
or anyone. I think it has 4 toughness, so I'll give it a 4. Very
yeah,
scientific.
me too. 4.
It can see play, but I'm not very hopeful about it. Okay, next up we have a bunch
Power
of bad
balance?
cards here. I don't think power balance is worth talking about.
Okay. Reiterating.
Reiterating world.
Yeah.
Nah,
If Energy Shell is quite good, maybe.
but it only targets creature or planeswalker and it costs 2 mana. I think it's worse than Harness Lightning.
Okay, that's harsh.
Okay, nothing. Okay, this card, which is a card that also Spike had very high on his list, and I think is a bit of a Odklejka.
Yes.
I do think that so this card draws a card by itself, and like it draws one card effectively on enter, and then it pings when you cast cards from exile.
Okay, like you get 2 energy, then you pay 2 energy, and you exile at random.
Yeah, you exile the top card of your library. So yeah, it's a random card from your deck.
And if it's a land, you just spend 2 mana.
You can play it.
You can play a land, nice. And deal 1 damage. Yeah, when you cast a spell. Okay, you won't then. Like this card looks super shitty to me, and maybe I'm missing something. Okay, if you have like 20 energy to spend, sure, go for it. But I don't feel that this will be the best way to use energy in this set.
I think like I don't think it's shitty, but I don't think it's very good either. Like it is another way to turn your 2 energy from the cantrip into an actual card.
Okay, that's a good thing.
It's a way to like if you have other cards that it sticks. Yeah, you don't have to play it right away. It's also a way to like ping people with like Underworld Breach, for example. Like you are pinging people with it.
I don't feel that pinging will matter much.
It will matter a good amount, I think. Like you play this in a deck which will like get some cards out of it, but also maybe like the additive ping does do something. Like you are playing it with other red cards, so maybe you have some burn, maybe you have some creatures that will like attack your opponent, and those ping will just. I can imagine like a red-black low to the ground deck where you play this, you play Raptor, maybe you play Bowmasters, you are pinging, and you know because of that you will just get enough incidental damage that it will matter. I think it's a 6.
What? Okay, I will give it 3.
I think it's on a similar power level to Glimpse the Impossible, which I gave 6.
We are talking about 2 very different cards. Glimpse the Impossible is in the right deck. It's a guaranteed draw free.
I know
lands,
those are 2 different cards, but I think their power level is similar.
Okay,
in my opinion.
I will give it 3 out of 10.
Okay, then we have the Wheel of Potential.
Yes, that's a potentially really cool card in Storm decks. There's obviously a risk that the opponent will also draw cards and that they will be good. But when you think about like wheel effects, you are thinking about that you are losing the hand to get a hand. But from practice, my short practice, like my good fishing, I concluded that you usually cast wheel as the last card from your hand. So in practice, it will cost not 3 but like 2 or 1 mana, and will discard you 1 or 0 cards, and will draw you at least 3. And if you played effects that gives you energy, you can draw even more. So it looks kind of good to me that you can like draw so many cards for not a lot of mana. The question is if the rest of the shell will fully support it, and we'll see. Also, like exiling can be a problem with the deck that wants to use either Underworld Breach or Pasting Flames, but it is what it is. And like the fact that if it's 7 or more, you may cast your cards from exiled, it doesn't matter that much because you will most likely not have anything in hand in Storm strategies. You will either play everything or there will be like extra lands in hand. So I wouldn't think about like collecting to 7 energy at all costs. If you have 5 energy or cast this, you draw 5 cards, and this will also be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will rate it a 7, mostly because I feel that if Storm comes back to the format, it will be because of this card.
Okay, I think it's a 6.5.
Okay.
So similar, a bit lower on that. Okay, moving into green. We have Birthing Ritual, which is sort of Birthing Pot card type of card. So 2 mana, an enchantment, and we'll read this one because I guarantee you that Sodek misunderstood that card.
I'm not sure.
So at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library. Then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from among cards into the battlefield, where X is 1 plus the sacrifices creature mana value. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, first of all, good
End of
things about
turn.
this card.
Sacrifice and get
No.
X+1 in top 7, yeah?
End of turn.
You look?
You look.
Okay.
Then you choose whether to sacrifice and what creature to sacrifice. Then you may get a creature that's more expensive than it, but also a creature that's cheaper than it or the same cost. It's not like pod, you don't have to get something that's exactly 1 mana more expensive. You can get something that's cheaper as well. I think it's much less of a combo card, it's much more of a value card. For decks like Yawgmoth, where you have creatures that you can sacrifice and get some value off of it. Partially because your creatures have Undying, so like you sacrifice Young Wolf and you get a 2-drop. You sacrifice your Bowmaster token and you get a Young Wolf that you can sacrifice on later turns. You can sacrifice your Wall of Roots to get Grist. You can sacrifice some free drop you have to get Yawgmoth. It's just a value card more so than a combo card because you can't get you can reliably get combos off of it.
You know, the card would be perfect in the Birthing Pot world we had like 10 years ago. This would be totally fine or like really good. And I feel that nowadays, if you want to pay 2 mana for something that's not a creature in the creature-based deck, it should be a bit more powerful. And if I think about this card, I think that like there aren't many slots for non-creature spells in Yawgmoth, and so this card would have to fight for the slot with Agatha Soul's Cauldron or even One Ring or any other like non-creature spell that it can play. And I feel that Birthing Ritual just isn't as good. Maybe in the sideboard, maybe as a way to like get the value. Maybe that's the way, or maybe just in other green deck. But then the question is, how do you want to make this sacrificing not the real cost? Yeah. The card in the long run it should create a lot of value. It can also stabilize your draws, find you good cards you need at the exact moment. So the raw power can be here. But I feel that people overrate it a bit. I would give it 5.5 at best. Yeah.
I'll give it a 6. I think it's a card that I've given cards that I think are powerful, but I don't know decks for them a 6 before, and I think it's a similar card. I think this card can be good, but I don't know where it will be good, basically.
Yeah, like Ronin93 said, I can see it in a dedicated shell. The problem is that we can't see the dedicated shell, and if you think about the cards that should be good with it, it's Young Wolf, yeah, because of the Undying, or something that creates tokens, which is cards in Yawgmoth. So
okay,
Yawgmoth
enough about that one.
yeah?
Sodek, we have new card to talk about. It's Eladamri, Corvec Dal. So there's a card called Realm Walker that was played in Elf, and this is a similar card. So you may look at it. Oh,
okay, so I will read it for you, chat. 3 mana, 3/3 legendary creature, F warrior. You may look at the top card of your library at any time and cast creature spells from top of your library. That's cool. Okay, and green mana, tap to untapped creatures you control. Reveal the card from your hand or the top card of your library. If you reveal the creature card this way, you may put it on the battlefield. Activate only during your turn. So we can, you can get any card. You don't have like any like green card.
Widzowie,
to
mamy
show.
to.
Co jest?
Picklock rank 4, żebym zagrał jutro RCQ.
Nice. Well played. So you can just cheat creatures into play, but the fact that this card needs to survive a turn to make it happen makes it not that combo oriented, more value oriented, or like to cheat on mana a bit. But I don't expect to put like a miracles from it, thanks to it. But like maybe some other cards for like 4 or 5 mana.
I think that the tap ability is a bit of a flavor text, honestly. I think the first two ability, or the ability of playing creatures from the top of your deck, is much more important.
But
And
we already had these effects and they didn't see play. Yeah?
they didn't see play because those decks were bad in general, but you got some support to it, right?
Like there was Elven Horus, for example, yeah.
Sure. I mean elves specifically. Like the deck elves.
No, we had like Realm Walker, for example, yeah.
Yes, but this card is better than Realm Walker. Because it's an elf. Realm Walker was an elf as well, I guess.
Yes, doesn't matter that much. Yeah? Like I feel that you won't see play. I will give it 4 out of 10. Role player in bad decks.
Sure. All the
Okay.
Peacock pranksters in the world.
Prankster.
4 for
energy.
me and 4 for Kaniki.
No, OMG.
So now we can both play our RCQ.
OMG.
So yeah, I do think that I do have hope for elves in general. I do think that elves might be like a tier 2 or tier 3 archetype. I've played
that's for sure.
I've played elves before MH2 for a bit, and I was surprised how good those elf decks were.
And then Fury came, yeah.
And then Fury came in, then Fury got banned, and I didn't revisit elves. I don't know if other people revisited elves after that, but
we
I
got
think
good cards in elves.
yes,
Yeah?
we got some good cards for elves, and I think elves might be all right. So Sodek gives Eladamri 4 because I've played elves a lot when I was a kid, and I love elves. I will give it 4.5 because this extra 0.5 as my encouragement and my excitement. Okay, next up we have Fanatic of Ronas, which I think is a card that it looks weird, but I think it's actually quite good. So it's a 2 mana, 1/4. It taps for 1 green. If you have Ferocious, it taps for 4 green, which is insane, and it has Eternalize. So, in my opinion, if there is like a black-green, like mid-rangey rock shell, I think this card will see play in it.
Okay, interesting. I'm thinking about this like baseline 2 mana, 1/4, get 1 mana. Is it good? I don't think so. How hard you need to work to get the Ferocious?
You have to play Tarmogoyf in your deck. Or a Nethergoyf, to some extent.
To some extent, but more work is required to get to Ferocious. Yeah, and the Eternalize help. Like without the Eternalize, I would say it's a garbo, but because you can convert this card into a 4/4 that will activate Ferocious later on, I like it.
Like you play it on 2, and then on 3 you play Tarmogoyf Wandering.
Yeah. I will give it 5.
I think, once again, I will give it 5.5 because I think it's a stronger card than it looks. I think Eternalize is a 4 mana 4/4 with the mana ability. It's a 4 mana 4/4 that gives 4 mana by itself because it enables Ferocious by itself if you Internalize it. So you have like this like bigger sort of mid-range deck. Like if you have a mid-range deck with 1 ring, I think it's a very good card with 1 ring because it gives you a lot of mana, and then mana is usually your limiting factor with 1 ring because you have a lot of cards, but you need mana to spend for those cards. So I do think that this card has a good amount of potential because of that. It's also a card it's probably not good with in Yawgmoth.
I know that Andrea Mengucci said it can maybe replace Wall of Roots, but I think it's not like a moment.
I don't know about replacing Wall of Roots, but like if you
More
go,
of it.
I think like I know that people have been trying more mid-range builds of Yawgmoth, like Zerg was playing main deck one rings and fatal pushes in the main deck and less combo. If Yawgmoth gravitates towards less combo, more mid-range deck,
Then this
I
can be
think
better,
that you can try to play it. Yawgmoth doesn't have 4 power creatures. Well, you have Agatha Soul Cauldron. You put counters on your things. You can proliferate. You can get there. Like, it's not very easy to get there, but you can
also
get there.
just eternalize Fanatic of Ronos, yeah?
You can eternalize
have-
it. You can like play this on 2, play Yawgmoth on 3, sacrifice it, then you eternalize on 4, and you have a 4/4. I don't know. I think that this
Yeah.
card has a good amount of potential, in my
You
opinion.
can also exile it with Agatha Soul's Cauldron, so your creatures will tap for mana.
Yes.
With 4 if you're lucky enough. Okay, but like overall, I feel that Wall of Root is still better, and
We'll see.
5 is
Okay. Then
generous.
we have
Let's say.
Flare of Cultivation. The last flare, green flare. And it's a card that looks tailor-made for Arboreal Grazer.
Yes.
Uh,
Essentially, I will have to 2 basic land cards.
let me say one more thing. I see Wall of Roots still better for Convoke. Yes, but maybe, just maybe, you don't play Chord of Calling in Yawgmoth. Like, with those new sets and so many cards coming in, you have to reevaluate the whole premise of the format. Like, saying that it doesn't work with Convoke is true, but it's also in the same vein of Ragavan will get killed by Lava Dart or blocked by Auric Champion, because the format
And
might
then-
look entirely different.
Yeah, this
and-
was an MH2 problem we all had. That we are comparing to the existing modern, when Prowess and Higiot was 2 best decks, and it can totally change.
So let's move on to Flare of Cultivation. This card works very well with Arboreal Grazer, and I think that is the premium card to sacrifice to it. So if you play Grazer on 1, you get a land from Grazer, then you sacrifice it to this. You search your library for 2 basics, 1 goes into play, 1 goes into your hand, and then you have guaranteed 4 mana on next turn.
To cast 1 ring.
To cast 1 ring.
Ta-da.
Or to cast, I don't know, something else. If you are not playing 1 ring, you are playing
Triad, Amulet.
Dryad.
Or-
Maybe in Scape Shift. Maybe some sort of
Or
Scape
One
Shift
Ring.
decks.
Or 1 ring, but in Scape Shift. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not that high on the card. Like, sure, it's good with Grazer, but I think how often it will act as a cultivate, and the answer is probably a bit too often than I would like. And
I think this card is good. Like, it's a cultivate sometimes, but it's also like a 0 mana cultivate.
yeah,
a
like
good
I
amount
would
of time?
say, I would say it's 6 out of 10, but I see the limitations of this card. Like all these flares. Also note that this flare is a sorcery, so you can't do like all cool tricks that the other instant flares could do. That you could answer with the flare in response to the opponent's removal. Here you need to proactively sacrifice your guy to get attack, which is somewhat acceptable because your lands enter the battlefield tapped, so you want them untapped, etc. So that's acceptable, but just make sure that you have something to discard. To sacrifice.
Yeah, I think that you give it a 6. I think it's a 7. Just
Okay.
out, or even 7.5. Just out of respect for free cards, and
You are very generous with your rates, yeah.
I don't think so. I just think the card is better than you think it is.
Okay.
Okay, that's a bunch of like limited cards.
Okay, Monstrous Vortex is interesting. Have you seen it?
If it would have been if the Discover works for power as well. But Discover looks at mana value, so it's not good.
I saw this deck with
Yeah.
ball lightning effect.
I saw it as well. It doesn't work that well. Okay, then we have primal players, which is Eluren. What was the blue flare verdict? Let me check. Blue flare is 7.5 in opinion of Sodek and 8 in my opinion. Okay, so I'll need to go to the bathroom again, so you have some time to talk about primal players, and then I will be back.
Okay, primal players, 4 mana, enchantment, we get 2 energy, so it's clearly an energy built around. And we have the Twisted Alluren wording. When we may cast creature spells with 4 mana 3 or less by paying energy rather than paying for mana costs, and you can cast them as flash. So on surface, the card looks like a way to cheat creatures on the opponent's turn, and that's like that's the start, in my opinion. The cool thing is that you can loop your creatures to get infinite effects. And like we already mentioned about, I will quickly check the name. Guide of Souls. With Guide of Souls, when another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life and energy. That means that you can get a lot of energy by doing so. So we can like create like strange loops. There's also the card called Swan for 1 mana. Remember? Like, there's a 1 mana free for Swan elephant that
Greenbelt Rampager.
Thank you. That can be played for 1 energy, and then if you don't have energy, 2 energy to pay, then you return it to hand. So you can keep casting your elephant. That you have infinite TBs. So with like Blood Artist or something, you just kill the opponent, or like something.
Not Blood Artist, but
something with TB,
Impact Tremors or whatever,
or anything else. So and like there's the start, and there are like many other things you can do, and I'm not the like creature combo type of a guy, so I don't know of these interactions from like last 10 years, but like I'm pretty sure that Alruin players from Legacy are prepared, and they have like multiple loops already prepared. So I feel it's a solid 7.5, in my opinion. This will be absolute key in this in its own archetype, and I feel that this archetype can be quite good. Also, like okay, maybe 7 is a better rate. 7. Okay, let's make it 7, because like I can't see it being all that good outside the dedicated primal players deck. Yeah.
Okay, I will give it an 8. Why? Because we said that 8 is key card in a top deck, and I believe that Alluren can be a top deck. So, if you think about it, this card casts 2 creatures by itself, right?
If you have it in hand, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you play it, you get in 2 energy, and you can cast 2 creatures out of it, because every creature costs 1 energy. It doesn't cost energy equal to the CMC or anything else like that. Every creature costs 1 energy. Now you have Imperial Recruiter and Recruiter of the Guard. So, if your combo creatures can be fine with both of them, you have effectively +8 copies of those creatures, right? And +4 if only one of them can find them, but you also can find one of the other, so it's effectively still a lot of them. So, if you have like Guide of Souls and you get energy out of your creatures, at the very least, you play Guide of Souls, then you play Primal Players, and then if you have one of your 8 recruiters, at the very least you can find 8 recruiters and play all of them. Is 8/1/1s that impressive? Well, sometimes it is pretty fucking scary, because your ground creature will never attack again. You will kill. It's like empty the warrens for 4, effectively. And I know that you killed a good amount of people with empty the orange for 4.
Yeah, that's true. But, that's a lot of extra steps added, but
It's
yeah, I
not
can
that
see.
much. It's you need to have your Guide of Souls, you need to have your Aluren and one of your recruiters. I don't think it's
And
that
that's
many.
only the start. Like I can see about many different loops that will start.
Yeah, the problem
once
is that you can't find Greenbelt Rampager with it, but you can find Shrieking Drake, which Ronin pointed out, which is a 1-mana 1/1 that bounces creatures when it enters. So you can find that, and then you can just keep looping. And Guild of Souls will be absolutely key to those strategies, I think. Or maybe there's another way of generate energy when the creature enters the battlefield. I don't know.
Drake is reprinted?
Yes.
What? OMG. Okay, so that's okay. Like I'm pretty sure that people will spend a lot of hours. Like I wonder how many hours from the humanity primal players will drain.
I don't know, but I think I'm very
More
excited
than
about this
that.
card. I think Aluren is a very cool deck. And Drake plus Guide of Souls gives you infinite life. Just to start it out. So there's that. Okay.
Yeah, the question is how this deck will work without primal players, and I'm not the biggest.
You
fan
just
of
need
deck.
some good tutor for Aluren.
Yeah.
There is like Moonblessed Cleric that was played in Fires in Pioneer.
Yeah.
You put it on top. That's not that great.
Is it a good tutor? Probably not.
Oh,
Acerra
Acerra
Sky-
wins, yeah.
That's true. Purple Shy Guy, hello and welcome. Okay, your rate is 8, mine is 7. Let's move on.
This also can be a Nadu deck, because if you have Nadu out, you can like reset your creatures, right?
I feel that Nadu won't need 4 mana enchantment to be good.
Maybe,
Nadu will be
but-
great by itself, yeah?
But that's also a backup plan for your Aluren deck. You can just be a Nadu deck if you don't draw
that's
Aluren.
true. That's true.
Okay,
We'll see.
next up we have 6.
Yes.
Uh,
Actually, a poor name to the card.
I think it's a pretty cool name.
I don't like it.
Okay, so as long as it's your turn, non-permanent cards in the graveyard have retrace. I don't know, I think like this is a card that would be good in Jant bunch of years ago, but it's not anymore.
In 2016, it will
Yes.
be perfect, yes.
It is just an underpowered card. I think I would really like to give it a 6 because its name is 6, but I think the best I can do for is 3.
So I also give it a 3 and combine it will be a 6.
We combine it to 6. And I think that's perfect.
Like I feel that like if it also did I think at ETB maybe.
Yeah, I
But,
just
like,
don't think this card is very good. Okay,
no, it's just-
moving on to cards that are probably very good is Sowing Mycospawn, which I think is one of the best Eldrasis in the set.
Okay. Let's read it together. Devoid Kicker. So 3 mana, haha, not 4. If you cast such a land card, but when you cast this spell, it was kicked, exile target land. Why it's that good in my opinion?
You cast it, you get not basic land, any land. So you can get. It's also an amulet card. It's also a throne card. It's a Valakut card. It's just a 4 mana free grab a land on cast.
Okay, let's focus not about amulet and throne card. Let's focus about it's a 4 mana card that it has a kicker for 6 and no, I'm not a fan. Like,
I think this card
sure,
is good.
People will try it, but for a land card, we'll put it on the battlefield. Okay, put it on the battlefield is actually cool. Not tapped. I will give it 4.
Okay, I'll give it 6. I think it's a good card.
A role player in bad decks. That's
So
the definition of sowing Mycospawn.
You played it without kicker, and I paid kicker for mine.
Okay,
Because you gave it 4 and I gave it 6.
that's fair.
Okay, then we have Springheart Nantuko.
Okay, that's a banger actually. Why? Because it. Okay, let's read it together. Because this land, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 mana if it's attached to a creature you control. If you do, create a token as a copy of target creature. So you can keep paying mana to get the copies, yeah? To get the
But you need this card to be attached to something else.
yeah. If
for
you
it to work.
didn't create a token this way, so if it's not attached to anything, create a token. So every landfall is at least a 1/1 green insect token. Yes?
Tak. Yes.
Okay, so that's fucking broken, to be honest. Because every version will create you 2 tokens, and then we later talk about Nado and Shuko. This just can go infinite, right?
This card has a lot of potential. Yes.
Yeah, I feel it's super good. Oh, that's much better than I thought it is. Because I thought that you need to best of it to work. But if you can play it for like 2 mana, and all of a sudden you have the army of tokens. OMG, that's so powerful. Okay, like why I'm talking about the card being. Can you show Nado please now? Because like this is the combination that makes it good. Yeah.
And I don't think it only makes it good. It's also good in
But I
Titan.
feel that that's the definition of the like.
Okay, we're gonna talk
why.
about Nadu later because there's a lot of things that we want
Okay,
to
like
cover.
let's think about remember about this card. This card with Nado is and Shuko is actually bonkers. It will go infinite. It will draw your whole deck.
It's not deterministic, but it will draw a lot of cards. Yes.
But it will like it will be a second Thunder situation where you have create a lot of actions, but you don't have deterministic kill. Yeah. You can also play it in Amulet, like a chat as a Grazer plus bounce lands, but I don't feel these effects are needed in Amulet at all. I feel it's more like a Nadu card than anything else. What do you think?
I think it's. I don't know if you have space for it in Amulet. You obviously can rebuild your deck, but it is a Splinter Team situation with Dryad, right? Just copy Dryad, you get more land drops, so you can get infinite land drops and infinite 2/4.
What?
You enchant it on something else. You play your land. You play your bounce land, untap, pay 2, copy Dryad, get a bounce land back. Because you have another Dryad, you can play another land. And you can do it over and over and over and over again.
That's probably an overkill, but cool one.
You can also copy your Titans. You can play it as a one-off, as Ronin suggesting with Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, I feel that people will play it in as a one of to try it out. Okay, in that case, I will give it 7.5. That sounds like a card.
I think
with a lot of potential.
It's you had 7?
7.5.
7.5. I'm a bit lower on it. I think it will be 6.5, let's say. And a half for Amulet. It doesn't go infinite with Nadu. It just is very good with Nadu. Sodek used the word infinite incorrectly, as he always does, or usually does.
Like infinite based off your deck, yeah? You will draw the whole.
You won't always draw the whole
deck.
deck, and it's not deterministic, so please don't use this word, because it's not true.
Close to infinite.
Okay, then we have Thief of Existence. It's the next card, costs 3 mana, 3/4.
2, but 2 to be honest.
I think often it will cost 3. When it casts the spell Exile, I think it's just not an Eldrazi only card. When you cast the spell Exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-permanent and opponent controls with mana value 4 or less. If you do, Thief of Existence gains. When this creature leaves the battlefield, target opponent draws a card. So it's similar to Fortnite Seer. We're gonna address the 6 card a bit later on, after we're done with this card. Okay, so right off the top of my head, It exiles one ring, which is pretty good. It exiles it on cast. So there is few things you can do about it. It can also exile some other problematic things like the ferry. It's a main deck disenchant. That's like actually main deckable. If decks like Affinity or Aluren are popular, Aluren will probably just kill you when it plays Aluren, but against like Affinity, you can exile the Unsealing, you can exile the Ring, you can exile a bit. You can't exile creatures. It is sort of like Skyclave Apparition, but worse for, like, the effect is worse, but it's also potentially a 2-mana card. And the cost is arguably easier than it is in the Apparitions case, and it's also a 3/4 instead of 2/2. So it has like a more respectable body. I do think that this card is okay. If midrange Eldrazi is good and it's green, this card will see play, which I think puts it on the similar level to Eldrazi Linebreaker for me, which got 6. So I'm gonna grant it a 6 as well.
Me too.
Okay, now back to 6, to the card 6, because Corona wants to know something about it. While looping rings, changing lands, the with bubble, recasting stuff from grave is worth, because it's a very slow thing. You actually need to use your lands. It's good with Renin 6, of course, but it's a very slow graveyard reliant engine. It's a 3-drop that has to survive till its next turn to do something other than recasting bubbles. 2/4 is not a very impressive body. I just don't think the card is good.
Or maybe other cards are better than this.
Other cards are better, yeah, basically. It would be good in 2016, but you have so many better cards now.
Yeah, sadly, it lost in the printer.
Okay, I just wanted to talk a bit about this card, not giving it grade or anything. I think this effect is pretty fucked up. It's another end that lets you cast the card. It's not gonna see play.
Okay. Abstruse appropriation.
It's just another end, but also you can play the card later on. I think it's fucked. Like, it will be fucked up in like Pioneer, I think.
Yeah,
it's not a modern card.
Also like exiling one ring and then casting it later.
Yeah. Also, it will be fucked up in Limited many times. It will be really good in Limited.
Exiling and this opponent's bomb.
And this card, this set has a lot of fixing for Limited, so I think that like 5-color decks will be fairly easy to attain in Limited, and you'll just splash this, and it will be very good. Okay, Cranial Ram will be banned in Pauper very soon, but it's worse than Cranial Plating in Modern, so let's not dwell onto that.
Okay.
Okay, those are just like signpost uncommons. This is the first card, the first multicolor card worth talking about, probably.
Imskir Iron Eater. Technically for 8 mana, but in practice for 2. Has affinity for artifacts. When it enters, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is half the number of artifacts you control, rounded down. So if you cast it for 2 mana, you'll draw 3, yes?
Yes.
3, lose 3 life. And you get a 5/5 body, and then you can sacrifice another 5/5 for mana, and it deals damage to the sacrificed artifact's mana value to any target. So that's the way to finish the game if you can't ever attack. You can draw a lot of cards from it. This card alone can be a reason to play like black-red affinity. If you can play like enough the cheap artifacts and support this black-red casting cost, which won't be that easy with Darksteel Citadel and Urza's Saga. But if you somehow can build your mana nicely, then it's a really good card.
Flinging Mirror Enforcers sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and drawing a lot of cards thanks to casting Mirror Enforcers. And then casting Mirror Enforcers after you draw them, after you cast Imskir, yeah, that's...
Yep.
So
great for Asmo decks? I don't think so. I don't think it's a Asmo card, but maybe it is.
Great. Like you'll have artifacts, yes. You'll draw cards. So there's okay. That's actually suddenly a way to convert endless food tokens you got into actual card advantage. That's something we should think about. Okay, the sacrifice effect won't be that powerful, but after all, it's a 5/5 power that draws you cards. You lose life, but it doesn't matter because you have food tokens. I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
Okay,
Like,
so
I still feel that I could be too bad, but I feel it's a solid upgrade for red black Asmodex. Yeah.
okay, so may I ask? You were saying full review will be uploaded on YouTube. So yeah, this whole stream will be uploaded just a raw VOD on YouTube. I'll also, so it will be probably up today. After we are done streaming, I'll just upload it on YouTube. It will be available then, and then when I go back from my RCQs this weekend, so next week I'm gonna just edit the top 10 video for the purposes of YouTube, and I'm gonna just put it together. It also will be quite raw, but just our top picks from the set. Not much editing, but it will be like half an hour instead of 4 hours, so or like less than half an hour probably. Okay, so final verdict on Imskir.
I would say 6.
Okay, I think it's a 4.5 at best. I don't think this card is very good.
Like this, if only Affinity I would add 4, but the Asmo thing makes me think about stuff.
Okay. Next we have Invert Polarity, which is a card that I think it's not a very good design. It will.
I actually hate this design because it forces you to play cancel, because sometimes this cancel will win you the game if you steal something good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I don't like designs that have positive outcomes if you lose your flip. It's worse than winning the flip, of course, but I just don't like those type of designs when you flip a coin and you lose and you still get something out of it. It will be like if this card sees play, it will be so miserable to like just okay, you're sitting there, you want to play your I don't know like One Ring or your Karn or your whatever payoff is into free open mana, and sometimes it will be cancelled, sometimes you lose the game, and I don't know. Yeah. I don't like this type of cards, and
the saddest part is that if you want to play a slower Blue Moon deck, you will be kind of forced to play it.
I don't think you will be forced to play it.
You play Crazy Ops, play Blood Moon, and you win the flip. That's actually funny. Okay, like sometimes you actually would like to lose, yeah?
I don't think you're fine with playing Cancel, Baker, because you didn't play Eye Charm because it was Cancel. It was split card of Cancel or Divination.
Or kill your 1-drop, yeah?
Killing or stealing Death Shadow or Prowess creatures. I don't think this card is in the Cancel realm.
We should, when you evaluate this card, you should think about like what the worst can happen, and the worst thing is that it's harder to cast Cancel. That randomly can sometimes win you the game.
There's a creature for additional flips. There is, yes. I think.
And like, I will give it 4 because like I know that this card will wreck me from time to time, but overall I wouldn't pack it to my decks.
Okay. I don't have a coin. I have this, so I'm gonna flip this. And if it comes the black side, I'm gonna give this card an 8, and if it flips the other side, I'm gonna give it a 4. I think that's very flavorful for this.
That's not fair.
Okay, it's a 4.
Okay, all good. the most fair way to
spend all his money on 1 million and deprived, basically. And also, I don't think I have a physical coin in my home. Like, why would I use physical money when I can just pay with my phone everywhere?
Tracking, etc. Okay. If you get 1 more energy, you get. Is that the Generatorium?
Yes, I think Generatorium is worth talking about just because of the passive. Like sometimes we'll draw a card, okay, but I think the passive is actually I think this is unplayable. You mean Generatorium or Invert Polarity, Arthur? But I think Generatorium has the potential if you really want to go ham on energy. I think that it can be good. It also like has the possibility of replacing itself. So, for example, you play Generatorium, your opponent has an X4, you play Galvanic Discharge, you get 4 energy, you kill their X4, and you draw a card with Generatorium. So
cool. The question is if it's worth playing the artifact that doesn't contribute much to the board, SAP.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Like, I feel that 4 is a solid trade. Just to point out, like, if the card turns out to be the next expressive iteration, then we were covered. Yeah?
I think I'll give it a 4.5. It's a card that will see, if it's see play, it won't be a key part of its archetype, but it will be like a nice upside card.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have the card that Sodek have been waiting for this whole time, which is Nadu Winged Wisdom.
I will even read it.
I will read it for you, Sodek, so you know what it does. It's 1 blue-green, 3/4, legendary creature, bird wizard with flying. Creatures you control have. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. So, first of all, the land enters on top. Second of all, this triggers twice each turn for every creature. So it triggers a lot of time.
Third, the creatures doesn't have to... they can have summoning sickness and it will still work. Yeah.
Yes.
So what it does is that you flip lands from the top, or you flip creatures from the top to your hand and use your lands to cast your creatures. And okay, the important part. How do you trigger it? You have Shuko, the 1/1 artifact that has equip 0, and you can keep equipping your creatures to trigger Nadu. So it's super trivial to keep going. It's not deterministic. You can flip a lot of, for example, non-lands when you need lands or something. But there are multiple ways to get through this. For instance, you can have Dryad Arbor to have creature in place of land. So if you keep playing lands, you can just fetch for Dryad Arbor and keep triggering Nadu to draw cards. Second, we were talking about this landfall guy. I will quickly check this name.
Nantuko something.
Spring-haired Nantuko. This means that you'll get even more creatures. So that means that you'll get either more chances to flip more lands or get more creatures. So eventually you should be able to flip your whole deck and cast Assassina's Oracle for the win. And in my opinion, that's a better Yavmot. However, it feels like... of course, you need to have Shukok to combine it to make it work, while Yavmot can start drawing cards without it. But it's for 1 mana. It creates immediate value out of nowhere. It's harder to stop. You can build your deck in a way to have Nadu turn over turn. I just in my opinion, it's a strong contender to be the best card of the set, to be honest. And the most impactful one for Modern, at least.
Okay, so I think that it's a strong card. I do think that you have to play a lot more bad cards in your deck than in Yawgmoth. I think Yawgmoth became a better deck where people the Yawgmoth is becoming better and better when people are cutting bad cards from the deck. You're not playing Geralt Messenger anymore and stuff like that. And for this deck, you need to play Shuko. If Saga finds Shuko, yes, of course, but then you have only then you have to be a Saga deck somehow, right? Like you have to have some support for Saga, or you end up like Jant Saga, which is a fucking terrible deck because it does nothing
will-
with Saga.
We will just play blue-green with Saga. That's acceptable.
Yes, but what your Saga does other than getting your Shuko?
You find Shuko. That's super important. And
And
find
that's it?
Strignith Ram to have more mana. That's already good, yeah? In my opinion. You
I'm
don't
not
need
convinced.
to create... Like, even if you... Like, not all Saga decks must create like 7/7 constructs to be good, yeah?
Sure, I think it's more of a. I think I would look more at Stoneforge Mystic than Saga myself. I think it's a better card to pair
Yeah,
with it.
that's also possible. That's also
And also
a
if you play-
creature, then you can...
If you play Band and you play Stoneforge Mystic, you can play. There is some core creature for 2 mana with the 0 mana ability to like redirect damage.
Yeah.
And you can, this way, if you have like a Court of Calling in your deck or some other tutor, you can get this effect by that. So you have Stoneforge Mystic for Shuko, and you have Court of Calling for the other creature, and then also Court of Calling for Nadu. And then if you are playing Band, you can probably play more Blink effects. Maybe you can play like Solitude. You can actually play like Interaction, maybe Ladamri's Call instead of Court of Calling. That seems better.
Okay, we also got the suggestion that the Shuka approach might be not that great as using primal prayers with Drake and Lion. The trick is that Nadu plus Shuko cost 3 mana total. Primal players plus other things cost at least 4 mana, if not more, if you have to play creature settings.
Yes.
And the fact that Nadu costs 3 is a game changer in my opinion.
I think that most Primal Prayers deck will probably be Nadu decks, but it doesn't work the other way. There will be Nadu decks that are not Primal Prayer decks. Nadu is a value card. It's also a value card. I agree. It might be a combo card, but I think it's also a value card.
Yeah, like imagine you play Nadu without the Shuko, opponent tries to kill it, and you just like it replaces with the card, yeah. So, or you play this and play like any other creature that can protect it. So opponent needs to waste 2 removal spells.
Okay, what's your grade, Sodek?
9.5.
9.5. Okay. I think I will give it a solid 8. I think it's a good card, or a very good.
I'm super scary. I feel that it will maybe not dominate modern, but it will be it will reevaluate how we think about removal, how we feel about matchups. Like it will change modern.
Okay. Then you have Necrobloom, which we only put on the screen because it have the word Dredge in it, and I think it's the only card in the set with Dredge.
What? Dredge 2, okay.
Lands you cards in the graveyard have Dredge 2, and on landfall it has Field of the Dead. It's just Field of the Dead.
Okay, that's cool. 2 out of 7. Like if we would scale these cards in 0 out of 7, 2 out of 7 would be my rate of this card.
That's a good rate. Okay, then we have Flashka tak zwana, Titan of Fire's Fury, which is the third Titan we get. So 3 mana, escape 4 mana as always, and ETB or attack, lightning helixes. I do think. Okay, first things first. It's much, much worse than Uro.
Yes.
Is it worse than Croxa?
Yes.
I think so as well. My biggest problem with this card is that red-white fucking sucks, man. It's just such a fucking bad combination of colors.
Okay, maybe it's not that bad, but it's worse than everything else, yeah?
So it's bad.
Yeah.
Maybe you play it, like, what I like about it is maybe you play some mid-range ring deck that wants the life gain and values the life gain really highly. But I think the card is good, but the problem is that you need to commit to red so hard to being red-white. If this card was in basically any other color combination, it would be so much better.
Guys, if 4-color survives, maybe plays one copy.
Maybe.
Show me the worst card than this. It's a 3 mana removal that doesn't kill a lot of creatures, and then you escape it to have a 6/6 that also won't kill that much. Yeah. Like,
I think that, like, once again, I think the card is good aside from its mana requirements. If there is a good red-white deck that doesn't fucking suck, which is a very tall order, then we can actually see this card seeing a lot of play. So because of that, I'm gonna give it a 6. So, which was my grade for. This is a good card, but I don't know where it will be played. Because I think this card has potential. Maybe it's just a respect for Uro.
okay,
Which
3.5 from mine. And
Okay,
this is
I do like that Sodek is giving it 3.5 because it's exactly the type of grade that when everybody plays with this card, I will be like, yeah, I thought it would see some play, and Sodek was like, nah, this is garbage.
easy.
Okay, then we have Planar Genesis.
You have 7 mana, 5 attackers, yeah, you can kill 60 Smurf with it. Okay.
Card is incredibly underrated though. I think, like, once again, what holds it back, I think, is the color. White, red is just so incredibly restrictive.
True.
Okay.
Planar Genesis.
So look at top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them into the battlefield tapped. If you don't, you put the card into your hand. So it's an impulse that also can ramp you. Like,
That's cool. I like it. Like, it's a fine role player for decks like Wild Red Reclamation or something.
or for Scape Shift.
Or for Scape Shift. Like Blue Scape Shift was waiting for this card for a long time. I would give it 5 out of 10.
I think 5 is fine. It's just a role player for a deck that might not be good, but
Yeah, I feel that
It's-
I can't think about like being a blue Scape Shift deck anymore when you have so many red green good options. And
maybe it's more of a
Yeah.
reclamation card than Scape Shift card, yeah.
yeah, Reclamation, like it would be perfect in Reclamation,
Okay.
but Reclamation itself is poor. Psychic Rogue?
Psychic Frog. So, what do you think about Psychic Frog?
I was thinking about it as a way to where people are thinking about this card is about Psychatalk and something value oriented, yeah, because you can give it flying, then draw a card, then like make it bigger, and so on and so on. I'm thinking more about this as a card for Vengevine decks. That's a good discard outlet. Gives your cards back, pushes damage through. What more you should ask for? I like it.
I think it's
It's a discard outlet. That
It
can do
is.
things, yeah.
So I think it's good for Reanimator. Like it's both a discard outlet for Reanimator and a way to win the game against Graveyard Hate.
Yeah.
It's also, I think, a good small ball, just blue mid-range thingy.
Although there it would compete with cards with Nethergoyf, so I'm not the biggest fan of that then. So exiling cards with Nethergoyf in the deck isn't that free, yeah?
I think this card might be better in some shows than Nethergoyf.
Yeah, maybe. But it's 2 mana, and Nethergoyf is for 1 mana and bigger.
Yeah, but it can be like it's better at surviving damage-based removal than Nethergoyf is early on, because early on your Nethergoyf often will be like 2/3 or something, and this
Yeah,
basically
maybe.
can't be killed by like Bolt.
You can kill it easily.
You can, but can you really?
At what cost, yeah? Yeah, overall, the card is interesting, and I will probably spend some time toying with it. I feel like the question is: do you think that Vengevine as a card is any good? Like, there's Teacher Supplier decks, Teacher Supplier and like Phyrexian Tower, Gravecrawler things. There's
Maybe, I don't know.
Alive.
Okay, imagine playing this and pitching 2 cards to dodge a Bolt. Yeah, but you'll get one of your cards back, and you still have a 3-power creature.
And you keep
I have
attacking and drawing cards, yeah?
I have a soft spot for Unearth in my heart. And like some sort of shell with like an Unearth, maybe Thoughtseize. You draw cards with it. Maybe you have like Snapcaster. It's also a blue creature you can sacrifice to Flare later on. Like if you draw it and it's just a 1/2. I do like this card. I think I will give it a 6.
Me too. I like the possibilities it creates.
Yes, it's a very cool card.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have. I think next card we should talk about is White of the Reliquary.
Yes.
So.
It's an interesting take on cards that can support this like strange Vengevine text, in my opinion. Because you can like build a nice self-mill deck that will fill the graveyard with creatures, so this knight will be like 2 mana huge. There's also the card that Souls of the Dead probably, yeah, which is 2 mana, you additional cost sacrifice creature, discard a card, and it's like has power toughness equal to the permanents you have, yeah, like this. And I like the sacrificing of the creature 6. Search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tapped. Obviously, you can find Pojuka Book, which is not cool, and never ever do this, please. But obviously joking. But the card has so unique abilities that I feel it will at least see some play in the first 3 months. Then we'll see how it goes. The only problem with it is it's vanilla creature when it enters the battlefield, so it can be kind of bad versus removal. Doesn't have evasion, evasion, so maybe I'm overvaluing it, and I just want it to be good in graveyard strategies. But yeah, like
Okay, we're gonna talk about Shifting Woodlands later on, and maybe some sort of like if you want to play like a mid-range Shifting Woodlands deck, maybe you can play White as well because it finds Shifting Woodlands. Like it can be a solid beater. I don't know. I like the card. It also has like it hits right home with like nostalgia with Knight of Reliquary and stuff.
Yeah. 5.
I'll give it a 6.
I'll give it 5.
With knowing fully that my 6 is a bit higher than it should be.
Okay, Disruptor Flute maybe?
Okay. Flash. As Disruptor Flute enters the battlefield, choose a card name. 3 more to cast. Can be activated unless they are mana abilities. I don't know.
2 mana is a lot.
2 mana is a lot, and Biffing Needle is a card you mostly play because of Saga. Like with Saga, rather.
Yes.
Just fetch it with Saga. And you can't get it with Saga. Paying 3 more mana is a lot. But also, I don't know. I will cast for Core for 4 in response Flute naming Yagmoth. Okay, I find Greased, whatever. I don't know. I don't think this card is very good.
I think it can have some potentials. For instance, it would be quite good if you cast the Cascade spell in response. You play this and name the card that should enter from the Cascade. Or someone cast the Planeswalker and you cast it to make it unusable. There are some ways to cheat the opponent out of like using their own cards they paid for. So maybe it will see some play, but it's more of a role play probably, yeah, than being a real.
So what's your grade, Sodek, for the
4
card?
out of 10.
Okay, I will go with 2.5 out of 10 because it costs 2 mana and it makes me pay 3 more, so the average is 2.5.
Okay.
Then we have Vexing Bubble.
No, Soral Transformer, super important card.
Okay, it's good. It's better than Sphere of the Suns and Oops, right?
Yes.
Okay, move on. Vexing Bubble, which is, I think, a card that will be a solid draw player. It lives in a very similar space to Spell Bombs, in my opinion, that you can just play it main deck in like Saga decks as a one-off. It cycles if you need to. And when it's like static ability, well, it's a trigger ability, but when it's passive ability, let's say, is good, then the card is very good. I think it's a 7, honestly.
Yeah, I also think so. It's a solid strategy for sideboards. Note that whenever a player casts a spell, so it also will counter your spells if you are playing them for 0 mana, which can lead to some deck building problems. Which wasn't, for example, with Chalice, because you could play and counter CMC zeros while playing your other free spells. This wouldn't be a thing with Vexing Bubble. So there are some drawbacks attached to this, but overall the card is quite good. And for all of you who were thinking about, I can't play my favorite Living Hand or something because everyone will play it in the main deck. No, people won't play this card in the main deck.
There is one person on the planet that will play it as a 4 in their main deck, and that's Hayashi in his fucking red
Yes,
decks.
M. Hayashi and this mono red.
Yeah, just a 4 of this, 4 of Relic of Progenitus in the main deck.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so excluding M. Hayashi, hello M. Hayashi from there. I like this card won't see play outside, like being a one of in Urza's Saga decks in certain meta games. So don't worry, and there are ways to beat it. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Winter Moon.
Winter Moon. So similar to Winter Orb, but works only on non-basics. Players can't untap more than one non-basic land during their untap steps.
What do you think about this card?
I really like it. I don't know if it's that strong, but I really like it. I basically would like to try and emulate the like back to basics control decks from Legacy. You can play Winter Moon, you can play Magus of the Seas, however it's called, Herbinger of the Seas. Mid, everyone plays basics now. That's not true.
People Amulet is not playing a lot of basics, yeah?
I think you can play it. And like if your deck is like, you can play blue-white, you have the new static enchantment, so you don't have to play Triumphs for binding, and you play Flooded Strand, you play Prismatic Vista, you just play a bunch of basics like one Hallowed Fountain. Maybe it's good. It's also an artifact, which makes it a good insulation against Pig or Poison. You play this, then you play Ring, and then they make you sacrifice an artifact, and you sacrifice this instead of Ring, which I think will come up a good amount.
What's important in my opinion is that it's not like Blood Moon that if you can try to chase it and win just because of it, because like people will still untap one land. Yeah, so I wouldn't try to build like a hard prison decks because of Winter Moon. I would try to make them spend time and mana to answer it, because if they don't, you'll just win the tempo war, and if they do, then they are still losing the tempo war after all. So my advice is to not try to go full stacks on it. It should be just a part of the bigger plan, in my opinion.
Yeah, you play it early, you slow your opponent down, you buy yourself time to get to your rings, to your sweepers, to your solitude, to those type of things.
Yeah, solid 6, in my opinion.
I'll give it a 6.5.
Okay.
But yeah, give or take. I think it can be a role player. Okay, then we have Archway of Innovation and those set of lands. I don't think those lands are very good.
Outside the green one.
Outside the green one, of course.
Okay. Like, it clearly shows that Wizards didn't want to push these lands too hard because, like, the next spell you cast has improvise. Like, sure, but it requires you to build your whole deck around. And usually, if you are playing this type of things, then your payoff is usually has some sort of affinity or like way to be cheated into play anyway. So I don't feel this improvise will help much. Although, like, maybe there will be the deck that would use it, but it would be a role play. Like 4 out of 10 is the max I can add it.
Yeah, and also you as Julio very well pointed it out. Like this actually needs to tap itself and need to tap 1 blue, so you effectively are wasting 2 mana that you would cast your artifact for anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, it sounds very counterproductive.
Okay, Arena of Glory. Arena of Glory looks even worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think
feel
I don't think we're even talking about it because we are already 4 hours in and we just want to save
Okay.
our time.
So let's just go to the green one. Okay.
I think the white one has some
It's
potential.
Yeah, for mana. Look at top 5 cards, reveal the historic cards, and put it to hand. So you would play it in like Hammer, maybe?
I think it's more of a Emiria card. Like
Emiria.
the slower, it's not a planes, which doesn't work with Emeria. That's bad. But it's also like you can get One Ring, you can get like your weirdo legendary things with it. So I don't know. Like in a mono white deck, this card has a fairly nice upside for not a very high cost, basically.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, 4.
It's better than Castle Ardenvale in most white decks, basically.
Okay,
it's not a very high floor.
If you think about it like this, yeah, sure. Okay, but Shifting Woodland is the one from this set, from this cycle that actually got some attention, and it looks powerful. Because getting Delirium in Modern isn't the hardest thing to do, and I can even see players build around it to create a copy of like extremely powerful permanents. Yeah, like you told about Omniscience, like a Traxa, anything else you want to think about. Yeah.
No, I think it will copy Tarmogoyfs and One Rings more than anything else.
Yeah, copying One Ring is cool and probably safe.
And you can reset your One Ring if you have another one in play.
Yeah, maybe. Overall, like the fact that you can convert your land that will most likely enter the battlefield untapped into a real threat later is extremely appealing. So
This card has low cost and high payoff.
yeah, it's similar to Boseju in terms of
it's a classic
like,
good card.
Yeah, just play it if you can. Like the first copy should nearly be correct. I would say it's 7.
I think it's 7 as well. I don't think this card will be like format defining in any ways. This is just a card that you will play in your decks that can afford to, and that it will be good in those decks.
Yeah, I agree.
7.5. Let's say 7.5.
I stick to 7.
Okay. Okay. And we have snow covered ways. Just to put it out there, you can now play those.
I like it.
And then you have Ugin's Labyrinth, which is a card
that's a big one, yeah.
that many people thought going into the beginning of spoilers that it will be one of the most powerful cards in the set. And now Sodek will give his take, and I'll go to the bathroom in my headphones so I can see. I can still hear what Sodek's saying.
Okay. So guys, if you think about the card, it looks like a soul land that should be extremely powerful. And it's just a matter of where it is. Like that's a question. That's a question if it's a top 10, because what do you need to make it work? You need to activate the imprint. So that means that you have to exile a colorless card with mana value 7 of greater from your hand. Yeah. And if you think about the curve of the average decks that play 7 drops, they are usually Tron lands, not anything else. So if you want to fill your decks with Tron lands, then The question is if you actively want to play something that's not a Tronland and won't help you getting to Tron. Yeah. And the answer often will be no. Also, the amount of 7 drops you need to play in a non-Tronland deck is hard to get. The only exception is Affinity with a lot of Mirror Enforcers, and that may be the best place to play this card, because then getting to this Solant ability is quite good. The good thing is that if you don't have mm, the ability to play it, like, so for example, you don't have a 7 drop, or you want to keep it in hand to cast it, you can still play it as a grey land and nothing will happen. The fact that you can return the exiled card to owner's hand is actually quite good, because that means that you won't lose your hand for your card forever, and then you can recast it. But again, the the biggest problem for me is that you need to play a lot of 7 drops in a deck that won't play Tronlands, and that's strange and scary. Like, I can see it being played in Affinity with Enforcers, like said. I can see it being played in like small Eldrazi decks that have some amount of 7 drops just to play their 2 and 3 drops a turn earlier. Maybe it's good enough. We'll see. But it won't be like the restrictions are so nicely designed that it won't be just an ancient tomb for everyone. Yeah. So I really like the design. I feel the card in the right shell will be quite good, but it's not as powerful as people think it is. Okay. Uh,
Yep. So basically, I agree with most of Sodek's thing or Sodek's thoughts. I do think it's the card that, if it sees play, I think it's most likely, like, it will see play, but I think this card will be at its best in Affinity. It's a deck that can fulfill the requirement of seven and more cards.
But there's the problem there, because when I think about Affinity, I was thinking about like how many lands you want to play Affinity. 18 maybe, yes, with Spring Deep Drums, maybe 20. 20 is the max. But okay, let's think about 18. 18 with 4 drums. Then you want to play Urza's Saga because it's Affinity and it's a extremely good card here. And then you want to play enough blue sources to cast your blue spells. 12 is the minimum. You have 4 drums. A Saga you can count like a half of it, and then you have 8 like duals or basics or whatever. And then you have only 4 slots, maybe for Rugin's Labyrinth, or maybe just for Darkseid Citadel. Because if you think about the game plan of Affinity, you often want to have 7 artifacts to cast your Mirror Enforcers to trigger Kozilek's Sealing, yeah?
Yes.
So it can turn out that Darkseid Citadel will give you 2 mana more often than Ugi's Labyrinth, without the need to exile the card, without any strange hoops to do. Also, like if Ugi's Labyrinth would give you the mana of any color you would choose, it would be phenomenal, but it's not the case. After all, it's just a Greyland in a deck that will want to play its blue spells in terms of affinity with these enchantments. So that's a real concern you need to think about. It's not as free as people would think it is.
I don't think it's free. I think it's better than Darkseid Citadel by a significant margin, though.
I'm not that
because,
sure.
because I think that things that you want to... This gives 2 mana for your affinity things, just like Citadel does, or at least for the first one, because Citadel cheapens everything. So, I think what is more, or the most in general, boosted with the power of fast mana in this deck are your things that doesn't work with affinity. So this makes you able to play your Kozilek's Unsealing or your Synthesizer on turn 2.
Yeah,
you can play turn 1 Urza's Saga, turn 2 a Labyrinth, make a Construct. You can play this on turn 1, make a Chalice of the Void on 1. Those things, I think, will be more important than tapping for 2 mana to play Ornithopter, or not Ornithopter, Thought Monitor, or whatever. I do think that Affinity can be more than 18 land deck. You can play 20 lands, especially because Saga doesn't stick around, and Saga is like Hammer was a very low curve deck that still played 23 lands, right? Because Saga turns into a spell after 3 turns.
Yeah, but like I was thinking about, like, if you want to keep drawing 3 cards and keep chain them, you need the critical mass of these 7 drops. And overall, I feel the card is really good, and the card will see play in one form or another, but you need to build a whole deck around it to support it. And the question is if this will be it will be worth to do so. Okay, overall rate, I would say 7.5.
That's crazy low to me for this. I think because we defined 9 as 8 multi-archetype all-star. Okay, I think it's an 8. 8.5 even. I think this card will be very strong in Affinity. That's my take.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Next up we have Erza's Cave, which is a card a land that can tutor for any land. Which is an effect that if you have it on land, I think is pretty strong.
Yes. It's basically a way to make a colorless Tron more stable at getting Tron online. Because earlier we had Expedition map draws, and if you happen to have 2 Tron pieces and Expedition map, you had Tron, but otherwise you would have to do random things and hope that's enough. Now with Urza's Cave, you can more often think about maybe not turn 3 Tron, but more stable turn, like later stages of the game Tron. Maybe with Mindstone you can try to collect on turn 4. Like having 1 or 2 copies in Eldrazi Tron decks will be self-explanatory to me, and about the rest we'll see.
Also, I think there might be like some other decks that, like, you are playing, maybe not Saga, not Scam, Mono Black Scam, but maybe you can play like a Mono Black deck that want to get Erza's Saga, or like Monocolor deck that have slots for more colorless lands but want to get Erza's Saga more often.
How about coffers?
Or maybe coffers. Yeah, that was I was going to suggest as well. Yeah, I think this is a solid role player. In some decks, I think 5 is a decent grade for this card, in my opinion.
Yeah, 5 is a good one.
Okay. Then we have Ajani, Nakatl Pariah.
So now we are starting with the cards that the flip cards, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, Ajani. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Ajani because like 1/2 and 2/1. And if you want to deal with Ajani, you can just kill Ajani instead of the other card, so it won't transform. Yeah,
it is 2 creatures for the body of 1 creature.
And that's a good thing. That's a thing that it's solid, but it's a mythic for 2 mana. Okay, and once you up with Skull Cup, okay, you can put counters on cards, and you can create more cards, and you have the emblem that's actually good, yeah?
It's not an emblem, but an ultimate, yes.
Yeah, but overall, I'm not the biggest fan of Ajani, mostly because to flip it, you need the other card to get killed. That's relatively easy to play around, in my opinion.
Somehow, yeah. Or some would rather.
We have Ocelot and White Flare. We have other creatures to enable it and empower it. Yeah, so...
I think it's a solid card. I will give it a 6 because similarly to other cards that I gave in this grade too, I think it's a card that's potentially powerful, but I just don't know the right home for it.
Yeah,
Or
I
how
will
even
give
this
it
deck
5.
would look.
I will give it 5. Just in case. But I don't have very high hopes for it.
Okay. Then we have, I think we can Zoo.
What zoo?
Maybe. Ajani in Zoo. Maybe.
No. Okay, there are other cards there. Okay, so that's the thing. White
also like-
card is waiting. But I feel like if I have to choose between this and Nishoba Brawler, that's the question. What's better? Probably Brawler still because it's a 5-power creature, yeah?
Da Vinci means that Brawler is a cut as well.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, you need to cut something to make it work, yeah?
I think you can cut Brawler. I think Brawler is just a filler, not a very exciting card.
No, is this an exciting card?
I think it's more exciting than Brawler, at least to try.
Yeah, you can try it if you want, but
Okay.
I don't have high hopes for it.
I think we can lump all the DFCs like in categories. So untapped ones and tapped ones. Because we don't need to, like, the front sides of those will be like of varying strength, of course, but you won't play those cards outside of decks that want to have like a double face lance, I think. Like there are some.
Are there we have
I have to change the battery in my phone, so give me a second.
Okay. We have tap
Not
lands.
Headphones.
We have untap lands that are 1 color and tap lands that are 2 colors. So what it means is that 2 type of cards got an upgrade. First one is obviously Belcher and Oops, so all spell strategies because their mana base will be much better. So now that for example Belcher won't have to play off color untapped lands just to have untapped lands. You can even play like 24 untapped lands if you want to, and play some tap lands because the spell aspect of the card is good. For instance, Valgut Awakening is a important card for puzzles with Recross, so there's a way to there's an excuse to play a tap land even if you could play all tap lands if you want.
So what?
And
what I did was I have like a similar category for benchmark MDFCs. So the MDFCs that you will just use for a land side, and then if we have any MDFCs that are better than that, we will just grade them separately.
Okay, so from all MDMCs that can be used outside all spell strategies, I think are Stinct into Stupor.
That's the bounce one, right?
Yes, that's the bounce one mostly because it's a 3 mana card, so you can play it in Living End, and that's yet another way to interact with the opponent while being a land and while being a blue spell for force and subtlety, and I feel it can be quite good.
Yep.
Like Living End is I think. Also, any other blue deck, like blue-white control, maybe. Although, like 3 life matters, yeah. There.
Yeah, I do think that the disenchant is not that terrible. The witch, the 2/2 witch enchanter.
Okay, which is there? I can't see it.
The second white card in the
okay, okay, 4 mana. Okay, I have it. Yeah, this is also fine.
The Disciple of Freyalis is a pactable land for Amulet, a pactable untapped land for Amulet.
Yeah, that's
so
like Amulet players were like going crazy because they printed it. Since I'm not the Amulet player, I probably don't feel the fire. The fun fact is that they can choose if it's entered the battlefield tapped or untapped. So if you have 2 amulets, you can just not pay life and get 1 more mana for it. So that's cool. The creature itself is okay. Enter battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. You can gain exile with wrong cards when X is creature's power. So, for example, if you have like multiple dryads, you can convert them into cards. So I can see it even like being useful to
okay.
To
so what's our verdict on MDFCs in general?
Overall, I feel that like it will help Belcher and be role players in other groups. So 6 is my
untapped MDFCs 6. Okay, I will. 6 is fair, I guess. Okay, moving on We have Tamio, Inquisitive Student. So 1 blue mana, 0/3, flying. Whenever it attacks, investigate. When you draw your third card in a turn, you exile it and you transform her. On the other side, it's a Planeswalker with 2 loyalty, +2. Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks your Planeswalker, it gets -1/-0. Until end of turn, -3 is return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. If it's a green card, add 1 mana of any color. And -7 is draw card equals to the half the number of cards in your library rounded up, and you get an emblem with you have no maximum hand side for the rest of the game. So, in my opinion, this is the strongest card in the set.
Bank.
I think it's really, really, really good. I don't think it's a 10, but I think it just feels so many different roles very, very well, and it's basically it's like Ragavan. If you don't kill, like, it's a 1-drop that requires a removal spell. It's harder to kill than Ragavan because it has 3 toughness, and it's not very hard to flip her because there are so many ways of flipping her somewhat seamlessly. The very basic one is you play Tamio and Mishra's Bubble. Pass the turn. On your opponent's turn, you crack Mishra's Bubble. You untap, draw with Bubble, draw from draw step, attack, investigate, crack a clue, you drew 3 cards, you flip it on turn 2. That's like a baseline with Bubble. And then your 1-drop drew a card from the clue, and now is a Planeswalker that ticks up to 4, and then you cast a counter spell, a lightning bolt, expressive iteration, whatever spell you want to cast, you get it back, and you are just getting so much value out of your 1-drop. Also, it's a blue creature, which works with Flare. It's a wizard, which works with Flame of Anor, which is, I've played a different Flame of Anor decks, and it is a good card, I think, but my problem with Flame of Anor was that you didn't have good cheap wizards or enough good cheap wizards to get 2 modes out of it reasonably. Like, people have been playing fucking Mutavault in those decks just to get a cheap wizard. Like, do 4 mana Flame of Anor with 2 modes. So I think this card will be very often played as turn 4, you play Tamio, you use Flame of Anor to kill a creature, draw 2 cards, flip Tamio immediately. Also a very, very powerful turn 4 play. I just think this card is incredible, and I'll definitely make it one of my first priorities to find the best shell for this card.
I also feel that the fact that it has flying is
because
hidden.
you don't need to champ attack to make clues, and also it can block, like, I don't know what it can block.
It can be sacrificed if you want to protect your Murktide.
That's true.
From pick your poison.
I don't think you play in the same deck as Murktide, but maybe, who knows?
Yeah, like that's.
Yeah, it blocks Ragavan. It blocks Bowmasters. It blocks a lot of creatures. It's just
it's a source of card advantage. Yeah.
It is a source of card advantage as well. I just think this card is incredible. I also really like the design. I think it's very well designed.
Yeah, I'm also like, maybe I'm not as high on the card, but I can see its raw power. I think it's a 9 out of 10 for me.
9 out of 10. That's much higher than I thought you would give it, but I'm glad that we.
I can see the power of the card. Yeah.
Okay. It's an affinity card? No, never.
Okay. Show it again. Show it again. Yeah. Show it again. Okay.
And the backside doesn't work with artifacts whatsoever.
No. You'll see. Like I can read, so I don't need to see anything. Sure, you can investigate and get that.
I don't think
clue,
it's an
but-
affiliate card at all.
No, don't.
Okay, then we have Sorin, which for some reason people are very high on, but I don't get why.
Like I heard that Sorin is an answer to not answer. It's a way to make Neoform combo better. 'Cause
Okay.
somehow you can like kill it. You just exort.
Okay, because at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, if you gain 3 or more life, you exile it. So you get a lot of life before, then you flip it, and then you use the -1 to kill your opponent. Okay.
Why? 3 -1. Okay. So that's the way to finish the game, and you don't need to like do some hoops with endurance because like now coming with this.
Also, you can
was-
you can play it with Martyr, gain like 18 life or whatever. -1, 18 your opponent.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. It makes Neoform combo better. What no one needs to hear ever. Actually, I do. I would like to play Neoform. I would like it to be a good deck. Sadly, it won't help.
I like seeing Canister 0-4ing his prelim with Neoform once every 3 months, and now it will take less time, which is nice.
Yeah. Like the main Neoform's problems are not solved. It's a 2-card combo that falls to so many different things.
Okay. Where
Okay,
is Canister?
please.
Canister is on vacation in Italy, and he's coming back to Poznan today.
Okay.
Okay,
Arai?
so Sorin, what's our rating on
Okay.
Sorin?
Sorin, 5. Solid 5.
I think it has potential. It +2 creates a food token, which is something that Oko did.
Okay. So because of it, I give it to 6. Okay.
I think like it was very hard to raise Oko because of that. And you can make something like you can flip it, you can create a foot next turn, you crack the foot and -1 to gain to deal 3 damage to something.
Okay, Sorin is as good as Vanishing Whale. Sorin is better than Vanishing Whale, mostly because Vanishing Whale is shit. 3 more life. Maybe I'm not saying something. Okay, give it 6 for me. For fans.
Yeah, I will give it a 6 because I think it's a 6 because it follows the I think this card is strong, but I don't know where it goes pattern that I already mentioned many times.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
like
then we
some
have
of the cards are the mystery and hard to.
we have Ral, Monsoon Mage.
Okay, instant sorcery card spells cost 1 less to cast. So that reminds me of Baral. Stats are also similar, and whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell during your turn, flip a coin. If you lose, it deals 1 damage to you. If you win, you exile and transform it. After you transform it, you can still use the up ability to make your spells cost 1 less, again, which is cool. And you have some other things. The trick is that usually you want to play Ral and combo off, so it should flip earlier, like quite early, yeah? So you won't get that many counters from it. Although, if you play Ral, play Ritual, and in response to Ritual, play 3 more Rituals, always respect, and if it flips on the first flip, then Ral will still see that you've casted.
You can
four
also
spells,
play
yeah?
a bunch of spells, then play Ral. Like you can play your spells that the Ral won't make cheaper, like you can play your preordains and stuff.
Coś ci się z głosem dzieje, byku, bo ja cię nie słyszę.
Okej, to powinieneś się słyszeć.
Teraz cię słyszę.
Okay, you can play Ral, you can play, like before you play Ral, you can play all your preordains and other cards that won't be cheap because of Ral. Then you play Ral, and then you flip it. I think that this card is...
I like the fact that you can hide it. Like if you, for example, play 10-3 Ral cantrip, then there's a possibility to just flip it and protect it from creature removal. That's something I like. And there's a way to up it all the time and like win with this long battles.
Okay.
To just
So what's your
Option.
grade on it?
it's a solid card in one deck in Storm, yeah. So solid in bad decks would be a great example. So 5.
I give it a 4 because that's what I give to invert polarity, which also requires me to flip the coin.
Okay.
Okay. Then we have Grist.
Grease is interesting.
Voracious larva. Okay,
Whenever
so
greased, another creature entered the battlefield under your control if it entered from your graveyard or if you cast it from graveyard. So you may pay green and then transform it. So if it Young Wolf returns from the graveyard, you can pay 1 and transform it. That's the
yes.
baseline. You can also return something like Bloodgast for 0 mana. You can... What else you can return? Gravecrawler with other cards that we saw early. And once you flip it, it's scary, bro. You can create a lot of tokens early.
Yeah, you can use Unearth to do that
can-
as well.
You can mill cards, put death touch counters, destroy hate cards. Even and on ultimate create even more cards and all for 1 mana. The 1 to death touch part isn't as exciting, to be honest. Wizards of the Coast really wants to Bitter Blossom to see play, it seems. Why Bitter Blossom?
I don't get why Bitter Blossom is good with this.
I don't know. You need to cast or cheat something into play from graveyard. So that
Okay.
means that you have the idea?
Okay. So, what's our grade on Grist, Sodek?
I feel it's 7. It's a really good card. It can create.
Oh, I'm
its
taking
own
about cards
archetype.
that create 1/1 every turn. Okay, sure. Yes.
Okay. It can be added to Yavmod. It can create its own archetype. It can play like a part in like Strange Vengevine Shells and other green. I like it. I like it. I just want it.
I
to
think
be...
it's 7.5.
Okay,
I think it's with the caveat of this is being like just like Tamiyo, it can be a 1 mana planeswalker. I think I like Tamiyo more because their conditions are easier to meet, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the body is better.
And the backside, I think, is better, and the front side is better because it also investigates.
Yeah.
But I think this is a card that might be solid, and we might need for Zerk and other people that plays Yawgmoth to determine whether it's good or not.
Yes.
Okay. And now we are moving to the bonus sheet, or the reprints new to modern.
We weren't talking about the dual double faced.
Oh, I just lumped them together with the untapped MDFCs.
Okay, because there are some like there's Rush of Inspiration, which is a draw card on the land. That's I think it can be quite good.
Okay.
Although it's a tap land, so maybe not. And the rest is like only good for limited, so nothing matters that much.
I think Rush can
also-
see some play.
There's also okay, we are talking about like these old cards, yeah, from old sets.
Yeah, we also need to rebrand to Waterlogged Teachings now, because
Okay.
Ardos already threatened me that he'll make a rival website called Waterlogged Teachings.
We'll never financially recover from this.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a perfect placement for very aggressive advertise. Check mysticalteachings.com for the best articles about modern, and sometimes standard paint as well. It's worth it.
Yeah. Go and check out Mystical Teachings, please. Okay, moving to the new to modern reprints. First up, we have Decree of Justice, which is a card
No, Angels of the Ruins, bro. Have you seen the plane cycling card?
I saw.
You know what it does it mean? It's a better Eagles of the North.
Costs 2 mana, so I don't think it's necessarily better, but
But it's 5 out of 7 flying.
5
Okay,
out of 7.
It probably won't even play in Diving, and let's move on.
Yeah, that's a card that the only thought I had with this card is that I saw that Canister added it to his cube like last month, and now he can get a physical copy more easily. So that's the only thing that.
Okay, Canister creating its own cube it's not what I had on the bingo list. Like I thought that Canister is competitive player. not
No,
a
Canister
player.
is full-blown casual these days.
OMG.
Okay, Decree of Justice.
If you want to play this type of card, play Shark Typhoon and don't waste my time, to be honest.
For the most part, yes. It's just something that maybe we need more of those effects for some reason. Maybe if you want to play a dedicated cycling deck that you want to go 1-3 with your FNM with.
Do you have Astral Slightly Modern?
There is Astral Drift, which is like a similar card to Astral Slide.
No. That's not an
But yeah, I just wanted to mention it because of the nostalgia and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
We can go each card, like if you want to go for nostalgia.
No, just the cards that are actually nostalgic, not some jumpstart shit.
Orange Chant.
Orim's Chant. So now you can Isochron Scepter Orim's Chant your opponents and die to many things that destroy artifact, like Boseiju.
It's not that good anymore. Or maybe you want to... Okay, now we can build a storm deck that uses white spells as a protection, because you have both Silence and Orim's Chant, so you have enough effects if you really want to fight before the shenanigans happen. That's something you can think about, but in practice it won't happen that often. Because
for the most part, this is better Silence, right?
Yes. Because you have the kicker, but I don't think this kicker will matter.
Yeah, but you will play it over Silence in like some creativity decks play Silence. You will play this over Silence because why not?
Yes. That's of course.
Okay, then we have Recruiter of the Guard. Okay, I guess we have some grades to Orim's Chant.
Solid 3. 4.
4 seems decent.
Like it's a Silence with flavor text. Yeah.
Okay, Recruiter of the Guard.
Good card, especially Faluran in format.
Yeah, I think that the Recruiter of the Guard is pretty Gucci. I think it's quite a bit better than Imperial Recruiter.
Because of the casting cost, yeah?
Because it's white. It can cast it can find Solitude. Unlike Recruiter or the Imperial Recruiter. And it's also it's just a card that slots very well into this like white blink thingy in general. I think this is a card that might actually see a decent amount of play, and it's like a self-contained, somewhat self-contained engine given enough time. Like you play this, you find Major's Dog. Major's Dog blinks this, and then it just finds more cards for you, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of value. As a result, you get a lot of 1/1s and 2/2s.
You get a lot of
creatures. Worth it.
It's a Mule Drifter that finds more Mule Drifters, basically.
Yeah.
And I think it's a 6.
Yeah, 6 is a solid. Like I'm pretty sure that people will add it to a lot of decks, similarly to what we saw with Recruiter of the Guard in the MH2.
Imperial
For like
Recruiter,
first 2 months. What was it?
Imperial Recruiter. I think this card is better than Imperial Recruiter by a wide margin.
Of course. But people were trying these decks and they didn't survive.
Unlike Imperial Recruiter, I think this card will see play in a year or something like that.
With what?
We'll see play in like a year from now on.
Yeah, maybe.
Unlike Imperial. Okay.
Yeah,
Next up we have Savine Reclamation, which is a card that sometimes see play in Legacy. So return target permanent with mana 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If you flashbacked it,
you copy and may choose new targets. So can give back. It usually paired with like Teferi and Narset in Legacy or with fetch lands. For the most part, I don't think this card will see that much play. It's a card similar to Cosmic Binding, but it's only one color, which is nice, and it has flashback, which is double nice. It can be used to ramp you. Like you can play it on 3, get a fetch land back, then you can flashback it on 4, get 2 fetch lands. For some reason you need ramp in your white deck.
I'm just not sold. Like there are so many better effects
Yeah,
in this. Like
I
of course,
think-
like I won't be surprised if someone started using it, but it's very far away from being
I think
impactful.
one deck in which this card can be seeing play is Scape Shift decks. Like I've seen Meltin, who's residing MTGO Scape Shift player, to just play Cosmic Rebirth in Scape Shift. And you can play this, you can bring back your Sakuras, your fetch lands, your however it's called, like
It doesn't matter.
Kalni Garden Expedition. It's a nice card to have in those like attrition games when you just get discarded a lot and need resources, because it creates a lot of resources by itself.
But
like-
the problem is that in this type of matchups, Valakut should be advantaged already. So why do you want to have even more this type of effects?
Well, it's also a ramp spell, right? It's a ramp spell that
We combine with fetch, yeah, sure, that can,
you have fetch lands, you have Sakura, you have a lot of stuff that ramps from your like you can ramp with
yeah,
from
so
your graveyard.
we maybe see it as one or two of in one random deck. So
It also
3.
helps you with mulliganing a lot in those decks, because problem with mulligans in Valakut is that you mulligan to 6 and suddenly you don't have raw card advantage to have enough lands to kill your opponent, and this is basically 3 lands. I think 4 is 3.5, because this was the last nail to the coffin of there won't be Source to Plowshares, because this card number crunched Source to Plowshares from the reprint shit. So 3.5.
Yeah, Jendrek, please. Let's not waste time of this type of cards. Okay, deep analysis. Like people were talking about deep
No,
analysis.
I'm
in
not
Dredge.
wasting card for deep analysis. Not wasting time
I just
for
want to
deep analysis.
one sentence or maybe 2. Deep analysis once solves Dredge problems. Sadly, Dredge's biggest problems are that your creatures you are return are underpowered compared to the rest of on the format, and you don't have turn 1 enabler. That's good. And if you want to play deep analysis, Ox of Agonos is usually better. Because of the Colosseum, the deck can go a bit more towards blue. But the question is, do you want this type of effects in the deck? I'm not pretty sure about it. So I would say it's free and move on.
Okay, so I actually was kind of joking, because I do want to talk about deep analysis. I think this is pretty good.
Where is good, bro?
I think it's a card that you might see in small amounts in decks like Murktide.
What are you talking about? It's 4 mana sorcery that draws 2 cards.
It's a 2 mana card that draws 2 cards with enough library manipulation and enough surveillance and channeler. I think you can just get this to your graveyard enough, and you also have Ledger Shredder to connive it away. Like playing the front side of this card is really fucking bad. Don't get me wrong. But it's also a card that you want to see probably the most when you are top decking, because it draws 4 cards. And Night Whispers only costs 2 and requires no setup. Yeah, but it's not blue. So you have to you want splash for Night Whisper.
Okay, Ocean Infinity, thank you. If you are playing Ledger Shredder in Modern, you're lost already, and that's the best answer to this deep analysis, deep
Yeah,
thoughts.
but you can just cast Express Iteration and get a 2-for-1 without working that hard. Who said I won't play for... Like, it's not card you play over iteration. It's basically, if you want this 5th iteration in your deck, and you can't play 5 iterations because it's illegal, you play like 1 or 2 copies of this. I think this card has situational use.
Yeah, maybe we'll see one copy in multi-sideboard. Can we move on?
We can. So you give it a 3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a 5 just to spite you.
Okay.
Kappa Cannoneer.
Okay. I was hoping that you'll read Astrid's invocation.
No.
But it's okay. Okay. Kappa Cannoneer. Powerful turtle. Everyone loves turtles, so that's obviously higher rate because of that.
You know who's the biggest turtle fan in the planet?
Canister.
Ardos. Ardos fucking loves turtles.
Okay,
More than
didn't know
lizards.
it. Okay, it has improvised, so it's kinda affinity, but you need to tap stuff. It has word 4, which means that if you play it early, it's unkillable. Cool. And it makes it also unblockable if you play other artifacts. So I feel the card will make affinity versus any fair mid-range deck and relatively easy matchup. And that's a
Is it
cool
a main
thing.
deck card or a sideboard card in your opinion?
Main deck card, my opinion.
Okay.
Because like we need to also think about how the affinity will look like. If it will be more focused on Kappa Cannoneer and value, or do we want to make it more combo oriented with a lot of Mirror Enforcers? Because Mirror Enforcers alone aren't the best cards ever, and they are good only if you really want to draw free cards thanks to Kozilek and coś tam.
Unsealing.
Unsealing. And Kappa Cannoneer attacks from a slightly different angle. If you want to just play a more fair affinity games, it can be quite good. There are also like we don't need to think about affinity only. Again, maybe Asmofood decks can use it. Maybe other like this. Remember this 3 mana 1/3 that copies the effects that are like
Academy
food, treasure.
Manufacturer?
Yeah, maybe like this decks. Maybe these classic affinity decks, like I was mentioning, red-black affinity. Maybe you can build blue-red or blue-black, something like this. Kappa Cannoneer is so powerful that a lot of people will try it. Many people will fail, but the ones who will find the right shell will be probably fine playing the deck in the Fermat time.
The number, Sodek, the number.
6.
Okay, I can stand by 6. Okay. Shrieking Drake.
Aluren Toy, yeah?
It is an Aluren card that's like not super crucial, but it will be maybe played in that deck.
Yeah, and because of it, it's just 4, yeah?
Yeah, 4 seems... or
A
5.
role player in bad deck.
I think Aluren will be good. So...
There's a big chance, but like it will take time to find the best.
So that's 5. A role player in a good decks. That's what we gave for 5. So I'm gonna give it 5.
How about 4.5? 4.5.
4.5. Okay.
Okay, for both of us.
Okay, Buried Alive. Role player in bad deck.
Oh, that's a good question. If it will be a bad deck, because we also have Victimize later on, and I feel that these 2 cards will work nicely together. You can also try to bury it alive for example, Narcom to price amalgams to get there, to get 7 power from 1 card, which is incredible. You can grab 3 Arclight Phoenixes. You can grab Vengevines.
2 Arclight Phoenix and Deep Analysis.
Okay, yeah, that's also possible. Or
3
maybe a
and Deep Analysis.
Flamed up for retrace. What do you think?
Possibilities are endless. So, role player for bad decks is 4. I'll just give it 4.
Okay, I'll give it 5 mostly because Buried Alive can surprise us.
Oh, for 3 creature cards. It's not an entomb. Okay, it just searches for creature cards. Still, can find free Arclight Phoenixes. Which I did this year in Legacy, nonetheless. The one tournament I played.
What? How did
Okay.
it go?
I went 5 and 4 in the showcase, I think.
Okay, that's nice actually.
I did enjoy that deck. Okay.
But obviously, Buried Alive, it's much better when you have dark, when it's played on turn 1 after you dark ritual.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Ophiomancer. Cube All-Star. Anything we want to say about Ophiomancer?
Mono black control gaming? Or what else?
I can imagine this being... I can imagine people playing this in the sideboard. Like, if Eldrazi's are just a beat down decks again, you just make death touch blockers all the time.
Unbeatable.
Unbeatable. Like, this seems like this kind of wonky sideboard card that will be good against Eldrazi because the deck construction of Eldrazi is so like restrictive in weird senses.
Yeah, I like the concept. Okay.
Toxic
For
Delulu.
Toxic Delulu, good card. Good removal. I also
Works
like
very
the
well
fact
with
that-
Death Shadow
Yes.
because you always save your Death Shadows.
Yes, and
Also works bad with Death Shadow because you don't have much life to pay.
yes, of course. Also works well with Nethergoyf because you can just make it like pay X just enough to kill the rest and Goyf will survive, or you can just recast it later. Yeah.
Also good with Tarmogoyf for the same reason.
Also good
It's like a
against.
probably the sweeper you want to play in like your black green rock style deck. If
Okay, how about creativity? Black one.
okay, fair. It doesn't have restrictive mana cost. It's a free mana card. I like it. I think it's like a 6.
Yeah, I like the 6.
All right.
Okay.
So
Victimize.
6 for the Lulu, and we have Victimize. Come on, Sodek. That's your time to shine.
2 creatures in. The problem is that you need to choose 2 creatures. You can't have only one, so you need the whole engine to work early to have at least 2 creatures to choose from. Then you need to also have another creature to sacrifice, and then you can return really powerful creatures early. I feel it can be if I work well with Stitcher Supplier, with Pyrexan Tower, with Gravecrawler decks, and I would try to go this route, and maybe like you can just randomly flip like powerful creatures to cheat them into play. I have no idea if the idea has legs. Maybe with Buried Alive exactly, there will be something to do with it, but I still don't have the list ready to make it work. The problem is that both Buried Alive and Victimize cost 3 mana. 3 mana is a lot, so maybe it will turn out not to be the best. But on the other hand, Victimize and Persist can work well together as well. So you can just play this like try to build this type of reanimation deck that relies more heavily on creatures. Overall, my rate is 5, mostly because I want to believe that this will be good. Yeah.
Sure, I'm gonna give it a 4
Okay.
because this was what Special Guest is the name of the like set of cards you get in the like, for example, in Murders at Karlov Manor, you just have a random show and tell, or like random crushing footfalls. I think it's called Special Guest, and Victimize was also a Special Guest, and I've had it in one of my sealed pools, and I played it and it was bad. So I'm gonna give it a 4 instead of 5.
Okay.
Okay. Lelia,
Yes.
also known as Dziewczyna Malwina. This was the card that was supposed to be very good with Violent Outburst, but Violent Outburst is banned.
It's still good with Shoulders Agent. Maybe someone will create a deck. You play Layla, then you play Shardless, you flip your deck, make it really big and kill the opponent. Obviously with Outburst it would be better because it would threaten lethal out of nowhere. That is not that good. Overall, I also like the fact that it can gives you card advantage when attacking.
Okay, very important question. What is the lore of calling her Malvin's girl? Because it's our friend, I guess, Malvin from he lives in Warsaw and he plays a lot of Cube Draft and he loves this card very much and he always picks it very, very highly. That's the
Okay.
end of the lore.
Okay, I was like 3. I don't feel it. The card will do that much.
3 seems like a nice grade for it without Violent Outburst. I think with Violent Outburst it would be much better, but... okay, Meltdown.
Fun fact: I don't feel that Meltdown will be that great in to fight Affinity. If we expect that Affinity will be more about expensive creatures, then it's relatively easy to play around Meltdown by waiting with your enablers and cast them, and then play Mirror Enforcer all in one turn.
It's much more of a anti-amulet card, I think, than anti-affinity card. Just kill their amulets and their tokens for 2 mana.
Yeah, but still, it's a sorcery, so you can just die after
Yeah,
the Urza's Saga.
But so often, like if you are playing against Merktide, you just want to make some tokens. And people have been playing Brotherhood's End, which costs 3 mana, including 2 red. This card seems significantly better.
Yeah, that's true.
So
And
I
also
think
that Meltdown will be, it's a 1-card kill against hardened scales. So
it's a 6. It's a good sideboard card, but it's like...
yeah, like of course we'll see it in sideboard. So 6 is a solid rate.
Also, depending on how much artifacts the Eldrazi decks have, it can be okay.
Yeah, it strongly depends to the
Yeah.
to the expected meta.
Okay. Prince of Titania. Do we think that Prince of Titania will be playable if elves are good?
If elves are good, I feel that Priest of Titania will also see played, especially with Wild Root Symbiote in the deck.
Yes.
So this can be quite good. But the problem is that it's a 2-mana card that has 1 toughness and won't tap for mana immediately. So that's a lot to ask for.
Role players in bad decks is 4, so that's my
four
grade
is-
for it.
4 is a good number.
Similar.
The only thing that can help it is Nadu. And Elf Shell with Nadu can be quite good.
And similar Wirewood Symbiote, I think it's also like a role player in a bad deck. So
Yeah, it will, like, by definition it gets only to the 1 deck, so I don't feel it.
Okay.
But the art is super cool. I like it.
Yeah. Sylvan Safekeeper is a
Sylvan
card.
Safekeeper, that's an interesting one because it's a repetitive way to protect the creature. And the question is, are there any decks? I thought for some time that if the voted Druid decks had Sylvan Safekeeper,
Okay.
they would be unstoppable. But now I don't think so. These are like
Okay,
3
there are-
card combos.
Are there any other creatures you would like to protect with it?
Nadu.
Okay. Maybe some black creatures?
Black creatures. Doughty Voidwalker.
There's like a creature combo deck in Modern, very good.
Yavmot?
It uses Yawgmoth, but you can't protect the Yawgmoth.
Oh,
Because
that's
it's a
so
human.
poor. That's so poor.
Well, you can use it with Soul Cauldron and give it to non-human creature. Give this ability to non-human creatures. But still.
Okay.
I think it would be a card that shows up from time to time in those like. I think it's a 5.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it has the potential of seeing play in good decks, actually. Seeing play. Okay, we have Breya, Ethereum Shaper, which is a card I want to call out because when they were releasing the MH3 preview, they said, yeah, we're going to reprint some cards from Commander. And because we've sat down and we thought, wow, we'd like some of those cards in Modern. And then they shown Breya immediately, which is just not a card that will show up in Modern, I think. any point.
Can I give 0 to this card?
I'm gonna start with 1, and then I'm gonna go back to this spreadsheet, and I will give it +1 for every time the the top tier guy, Gibby 791, czy coś takiego, will kill one of us with this card.
Okay. So I expect it will quickly go up to 10 then.
Yeah, we'll start with 1.
Okay.
And then we have medallions. So do you want to talk about any other medallions than Ruby?
I don't think so. Ruby is the most important one. Mostly because the Storm's problem was that it was too focused on creatures, and with Ruby Medallion you can try to build it in a way that most of your spells are either for 1 blue mana and that's it, or they are red and they can be cheaper.
Okay.
So thanks to it, you can just ignore having creatures, and that's, in my opinion, huge. And that's the way for the Storm to come back. Will it be good enough? Will we find the good list? Time will tell. But for now, I like the concept, and I will probably work on it.
Okay.
I will give it 6 out of 10.
I'll give it a 4 out of 10 because the role player in a bad deck.
What?
Okay. Warm Power Stone is a card I mentioned with some potential, I think, into ramping, like a mid-range kind of bridge to like expensive thing that might tie up Ugin's Labyrinth decks together. But I don't think there's much else to talk about there.
Although it can also be quite good in Eldrazi ramps with Tron instead of Ugin's Labyrinth.
Maybe. Barbarian Ring.
Like, people think that it will help burn, but I strongly doubt it will. Like, the times when it's all about the damage you can get from your cards is gone, in my opinion. It's more about the tempo, that you are not fast enough to kill your opponent if they are doing other things. So Barbarian Ring won't help you this way. Sure, you can still play 1 or 2 copies in burn, but that's it. Also fun.
You know who played this card. Hayashi.
Hayashi, of course. Yeah. Of course.
With Relic of Progenitus in the same deck.
Of course, like, that's that's so good, Badashi. And it can also work with Life from the Loam as a way to kill. Finally, we can kill Sanctifier and Vec with something. That's cool. Although having Threshold with Sanctifier is ambitious.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a 3.
3? Okay, 3 is a bit too high in my opinion.
I just don't want to give it 2 because I like it.
Okay, 3. 3 is okay. 3 is okay.
Also, like, okay, so now we have Cephalid Colosseum.
That's a card that has a potential. Like, people are talking about Dredge. I can see it being good, but if you want to play Cephalic Colosseum, then you need to rebuild the whole deck. You can't rely on Oxophagonas because you won't be able to cast it. So Cephalic Colosseum will be your go-to card. So then maybe Life Revelon can go back, and then your enablers should change. You should play more 1-mana enablers that can activate Threshold. So you go off on turn 2 with Colosseum active, which can be ambitious, but maybe it will be a thing. I will probably try to play like a Blue Dredge, and I will probably try a Blue Dredge with Flare and see how it goes. Probably badly, but maybe we'll find something, or maybe we'll try to slow down a bit and find ways to return Flare from graveyard to hand as cheap as possible.
That sounds unhinged.
That sounds stupid. Yeah, but maybe.
Yeah, I think
also Colosseum can be good in Phoenix decks and in Narset. Yeah.
I think if it sees play, it will mostly be paired with Narset. I don't know if it's good enough, but it has the potential of be good enough. Narset with Ren. Okay, you have to play Ren and 6, which is a bad card in my opinion. But maybe.
Yeah, like Narset static.
Okay, I think I will give Coliseum a 5.
I will also give it a 5, mostly because of Dredge history.
Okay, Deserted Temple, untap target land. Don't think it does anything.
Crap. Please don't show me.
Nesting Grounds, that's the Hardened Scales card.
Yeah, I like it. I don't feel it will help very hard with the deck. Like
It's
I
a
feel
colorless
the deck-
land in a deck that already has many colorless lands. So I don't even know if that sees play in Scales.
I think they will find a place to play like 1 or 2 copies, maybe even more. We'll see.
It only
Okay,
moves
but
one
we have-
counter. It doesn't move all the counters.
But X+1, yeah, it's a way
Sure,
to
but it's
generate
so
counters.
slow. I don't think it's seasonal play.
It is like I will just talk with Scales expert and see how it goes.
Okay, last but certainly not least, we have Phyrex and Tower, which is the last card in the set.
And in my opinion, this is the best card in the set.
Okay. I can get behind it. I don't think it's the best card in the set, but I think it's one of the strongest cards in the set.
It's what?
It's one of the
Przerwałeś.
strongest cards.
Okay, przerywać. The fact that you can produce 2 mana on you can play a free drop on turn 2 is huge. The fact you can keep doing this over and over, and you can build the deck around to make sure that this will happen, because you will have something to sacrifice, and there are decks that actively want to sacrifice stuff to make it happen, makes it phenomenal in my opinion. It's not only about Young Wolf in Yavmod or like sacrificing tokens. I feel that the whole strategies can work solely because how good Pyrex and Tower is. For example, like all this teacher supplier nonsense I was talking about, it's possible mostly because you can play Pyrex and Tower. Or of course Yavmod. I can even see it being playable in mono black scam decks. Because you can, for example, sacrifice Nether Goyf to recast it in late game to do stuff. You can sacrifice the token
You can evoke
from
Grief.
Bowmaster to play to hardcast Grief or Shouldered. You can sacrifice the Grief to play it as a 0 spell and then play a 2-drop on turn 1. Or like to trick it and then play a 2-drop on turn 2. There are like many ways to break this card, and I feel it's extremely powerful. I will give it 9.5 out of 10.
Okay.
I feel that people will, like in half an hour from now, will say that it's the same fast mana as, for example, Siemens Spirit Guide should be banned or something. That shouldn't be legal. I feel it won't be as broken overall, but the raw power of the card is incredible, in my opinion.
I think I'm deciding between 8.5 and 9. I think it's really strong. I think it would be 9 for me if it would either produce black mana as a baseline or if it wouldn't be a legendary. Because I think those are like, I think legendary is the bigger drawback. Of course, it couldn't not be a legendary because it would be insane. But I think I will give it 8.5. If I would to give 8.75, I would do that in this spot. I think it's one of the strongest cards, definitely. And yep, I think once again, like it basically makes your creatures into mana dorks without needing to play mana dork. Like especially in Yawgmoth, you just play Young Wolf on 1, you Tower on 2, play Grist. You +1 Grist, you have a token. Next turn you +1 Grist again, you sacrifice one of the tokens, play land, play Yawgmoth, and you have Yawgmoth with 2 other creatures on turn 3 without any like shitty mana dorks and stuff. This card definitely is very strong, and another reason to play mono black scam instead of like some other colors. So yeah.
I will for sure try it with Gravecrawler. I feel it's a really good pair.
Okay. A brief transition. And yep, we are here after grading how many cards? We've graded 97 cards total. It only took us 5 hours. And now for the grand finale, what is our top cards of the set? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're gonna start with our top 10. Just for all of you. It's a nice cutoff at 15.5 points out of 20. And there are 3 cards with 15.5. So they all tie in 8th place. Those cards are Static Prison, Consigned to Memory, and the Blue Flare, so Flare of Denial. Then we have 2 cards that are tying for 5th with, or for 6th with 16 points. Those are the Herbinger of the Seas and Ugin's Labyrinth. Then we have at number 5, we have Necrodominance. At number 3, we have tied the Nethergoyf and Nadu. Number 2, Phyrexian Tower. And number 1, Tamiyo. So these are our top 10s. I'm gonna quickly read the other 4 cards that scored at least 15 out of 20. Those are Aluren, or Primal Prayers, Galvanic Discharge, the new recurring nightmare, so Chtonian Nightmare, I believe, and the Wrath of the Skies. Where Nantuko is at 26th place with 14 out of 20. And the top 1 is Tamiyo, in our opinion. So yeah, that's it. I think we've already spent more than enough time talking about those cards. So I am gonna edit this next week to make it into like a shorter video with just top 10 cards that we discuss. And this VOD will go up on YouTube as soon as possible. Control cards. So yeah, just going through the list. I think control cards that will at least be tried by me in Blue-White Control. If I even play Blue-White Control, I will probably try it at some point. Are the Wrath of the Skies, of course, the Static Prison, Consigned to Memory is a sideboard card, the Herbinger of the Seas, the Brain Surge and Miracles, even though I don't know how good it will be, Winter Moon, and that's it. Maybe you'll try Coliseum with Narset, but I don't know.
I will try Small Eldrazi, although I don't have high hopes for it. I will try Phyrexian Tower Gravecrawler decks. And I will work a bit on Storm and Belcher, although Belcher didn't get much actually. Although we forgot about one thing in Belcher, that Rabbi Medallion will also work well with Belcher. It enables some of the new Recrospires. I was trying to learn them. They looked cool, but I don't feel it will change that much in the deck. Overall.
All right.
But it's a good thing to mention. Yeah?
We'd like to thank all of you for hanging out with us today, especially all of you who commented basically for the whole 5 hours. So Esgulio11 and Ocean Infinity, for example, contributed a lot, which is very nice. Baker, Sodek MTG, WTF, why is he chatting? I don't know.
I'm
Ronin,
one of the most active.
Ronin, Da Vinci, Arthur, thank you all so much. And yep, I'm gonna see you on my stream. Sodek is gonna see you on his stream at some point, probably at twitch.tv/SodekMTG. I think.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah. Take care and bye bye. Do zobaczenia widzowie.
See ya. Pozdrawiam.